Hello, hello. YouTube chat. YouTube chat. Have we arrived? Okay, it says it's connecting. Okay, what's up, YouTube chat? Sorry, we just finished the story, so we came over from another live stream. But welcome in everyone for the VOD watchers. Podcast is about to start. Let me go message them and see. One second. Let's see if everyone's around. Oh my god. 1.6 stories CGs per second half. Okay. I need to go to the... Okay, wait. I know everyone's streaming right now, so let me... Let's go take a look. But yeah, hi guys! Hello OMG, haven't seen you so long. I know, right? That's so bizarre. Okay, wait, let me go sit on the server actually. Let's sit in the VC. Just in case. Alrighty. But yeah, for context, everyone, we are about to have a podcast. We're gonna have a podcast with Josh, Azriel, and Ashikai. It's the Proxy Podcast. It's a podcast that we do regularly every 2 weeks-ish. Sometimes it's a bit longer, but we have new episodes. It's actually just got posted on Spotify too. So if you guys want to see this on Spotify later or listen to it on Spotify later, then you guys can go do that. I have the link somewhere. I'll find the link. Let me find the link. I need to promo us, guys. So if you guys like listening to Spotify podcasts, please give it a listen and give us a rating, because this is my first ever podcast on Spotify, and it would be really cool if you guys could help leave a good review, I guess. But yeah, okay. All right. But yeah, dude, this story. Okay, I think we still have some time while we wait for everyone to come in. But that was kind of nuts, man. Hugo, he has to be alive, okay? There's no way they actually killed him. There's no way. Literally, even if they're gonna kill him, they won't kill him at the end of this patch, because he has to come into the story next patch, because he's literally the second banner playable. Therefore, he's going to be super involved in the story in 1.7, and if he actually dies, he'll die in 1.7, which I doubt. So, yeah, we'll see how they decide to treat that. I really hope he's dead. Hoyoverse, how does someone survive that? See, that's the thing, right? We have seen hints at someone surviving a very dire situation. Remember Bringer? When we listened to his tape, he was literally on death's door. And then he saw a miracle from the Exaltists. And then that caused him to be fully healed of his wounds. We don't know what that miracle was. Whether or not Hugo gets saved by the Exaltists is another matter. But we know that the possibility is there for something to be able to be like a miracle-saving cure of sorts, right? So, anyways, okay. Before I do start, I should update my command. Give me a second. Here, give me one moment, guys. I need to do a few housekeeping things before the podcast starts, so just give me a moment. But I hope you guys can stick around if you want to come listen. Oh god, I have to host this podcast. Oh god. Oh, I'm not mentally prepared. Oh, give me a second, guys. Holy shit. Okay, Proxy Podcast with Joshua, Azriel, Vanity, Ashikai, Oh, wait. Let's talk 1.6 lore. Okay, you'll do fine. It'll be scuffed. I'll try my best to not make it scuffed, guys. Oh, I'm so nervous. Okay, hey, did you have time to watch the lore video? No, not yet. I did not have a chance. I had no time. I have not had time yet. I will probably watch it sometime this weekend, though. When I get a chance. Do-do-do. Okay, okay. Oh, all right. Hi, I'm so excited for the podcast. You'll do great hosting today. Oh, thank you, Delta. I sure hope so. I've never actually hosted something like this. I was like talking to Josh and Az about it. I was like, guys, I'm so nervous. They're like, you'll do fine. Practice makes perfect, okay? You gotta start somewhere. So we'll try. Okay, let me close Zenless. Let me... All right, I need to update my commands. Give me a second. So guys, I set mostly everything up, but I do need to fix up some commands and stuff real quick. Collab. Let's edit the collab command. Okay, we have Azriel Vanity. And then I need to get link Ashikai's channel. Because we don't have Twitch. Proxy Podcast with... Okay, I think that should work. And then... Oh wait, shoot, let me get you guys some music so it's not silent here. See, let me update this one more time. Collab. Discord. Okay. There we go. I think that's working. Wait, it's Azriel Vanity. Wait, okay, there we go. It should be done now. Okay, that should work. Okay, no, it's not scuffed, guys. It's not scuffed. We're fine. We're so fine. Okay. All right. Whew. Okay, let's see. Lycon and Hugo had a long time to be alone. I think they planned the death of Hugo. See, I don't... That is a possibility, but I really don't think Lycon is in on it. I don't. But it would make sense if, because then maybe he says that he stabbed his heart, but then what if he stabbed like beside his heart in a non-vital spot? Okay, that is a possibility. You bring up a pretty good point, but I don't know. We'll see what theories Az and Ashikai have, because I'm sure they have been cooking with those. I literally just finished it, so I don't even have time to process all the stuff that just occurred. So I'll slowly work through that as we talk about it with the others. But yeah, we'll see. I suspect Hartman is the final boss in 1.7. That would be pretty sick. Bringer style. I would love to kill Hartman. For real. I agree. I need my closure, okay, of being able to beat Hartman into a pulp. Can you switch to the good-looking chat on the screen if it's working? Oh, okay, let me see. Is it working? Let's test. Oh, it is working! Okay, yeah! You guys get to be the good-looking chat today. Ayo, ayo. But all right. Oh, Ashika is here too. Oh wait, give me a second. Oh my god, wait. Okay, 1 second. I was like hearing voices. Oh wait, what the? Oh, hello, hello! Hi, guys.
We're doing some tech stuff right now.
Oh yeah, no worries. I was just hearing voices. I was like, where are these voices coming from? I forgot. I joined it.
Don't mind us. We're just moving in.
Exactly.
We gotta unbox.
Okay. I gotta do my own virtual cam actually, because I forget that that's how I share it. But you guys can see mine too. Share screen.
Oh, I also need to pop that out.
Hey, Josh, could I have you do a little audio? Just say a sentence.
I was crazy. I was crazy.
Yeah, you were crazy once. Only once though.
A singular time.
Yeah, only that one time. Agent, you could also say just say it on this sentence.
Yeah, I was crazy once too, you know. Just also that singular time. So
Right. It was during the exact same moment.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Our minds connected.
I would say, Ash, guys, say something so I get audio balance, but I do have you at 200% already. So.
Oh, me too.
I also have actually got 200%.
Same.
Turn myself up. I can turn it up.
Well, that'd be great.
Yeah, turn it up. Turn it up.
It's just that like this thing, well, it's so big.
Oh my god.
It's just this thing looks like it blows out my mic when I turn it up too high, so I try not to.
I think it's because of Discord. It definitely is Discord. That like.
Is it Discord?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Is that better or worse?
No, this is much better.
Okay.
Yeah. But like I feel as though like on your end, with your monitoring, like it's pretty high, but then when it gets outputted to us, it's less so. It's not your fault.
I wonder if it's like, I wonder if I'm just not used to where Discord or if where OBS puts like the yellow and red parameters, because like in Audacity and other audio editing softwares, like usually green goes right up to 12.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I just realized I don't like this scene. Hold on. I'm gonna.
I forgot. How do you? Is it show non-viewer participants?
Why does this
Yeah, it is.
not
Okay.
work? Why does window capture never work on Twitch?
Okay. That's okay. I think I know what's wrong with it. That's better. It doesn't have my filters. That's what it is. Well, because like I have like a what do you call it? Like a noise pass that's like trying to take out like the fan sound in the background.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And so I think I have some decibel boosters and stuff on my typical setup. Yeah. Okay. That's better.
Okay. Let me pop Discord out. Ta-da. OBS. Start virtual cam, but correctly.
I'm just sitting here with myself on the screen.
I know, don't worry. I'm trying to get mine up there. I'm trying.
Like, I'm trying.
OBS virtual camera. Oh, great. Chat, we're professional streamers.
I'm not. That's not a joke. I'm not.
That is, I mean, you know
No,
what?
you're a professional educator.
Honestly, it does, yeah, there you go.
I'm here for my lore lesson, honestly.
Oh, it didn't start virtual cam. Okay, well, that's not what I wanted. That's still the wrong thing. Or is it?
I wish I could figure out a way to share the Discord
So big.
Thingy.
Very. I don't like it.
without having to share just my screen.
Why do I always cause infinite? Okay, full cam. There we go.
Hey.
There we go. Got it. Let's go. Okay, now, chat, I'm gonna disable my normal camera so that I'm not double on the screen. There you go. See, I know what I'm doing.
Let's go.
HKK Inception.
Oh wait, true. We should knock knock. Let me do that.
What?
Oh, on Twitch you can
Yeah.
like knock on another creator's stream, so then you can share your chat.
Yep. It merges the chats so it all happens at the same time, and then it makes me really confused. Who's there? We're all here.
Dang.
So HKK, Ashguy, and Josh is all here. We're just still getting things set up.
I forgot.
Totally
how to
no
make
scuff.
This image, like do the faily thingy.
Does it auto-mute me in the knock knock?
I believe so. If you had it before.
Okay. Bless.
All right, chat.
Hello, here for the ZZZ gang.
On
Let's
your
go.
best behavior, okay?
It isn't even showing. Wait, how do I get it to show in Discord? Oh, I gotta turn on. the
We're sharing chat
Okay.
Yeah,
with the others.
there we go. Oh my
On
god,
your best
you're at the
behavior.
ballet twins?
Yeah,
No way. Be careful in there.
I might change locations at some point.
Oh wait, that's so cute. Oh wait, I was literally trying to like change my monitor and like adjust my windows in Discord, but it's because I was on as a stream. I was clicking and nothing was happening.
That'll do it.
Sorry, EO swung by.
Yo,
What did
what's
that
up,
fool
EO?
He just wanted to spread the Seth propaganda, you know.
Seth
the
propaganda?
Oh, yeah.
I haven't heard the propaganda yet.
I like
Seth
that.
Godin.
I like
He'll swing by. He
propaganda.
hasn't gotten to your side of the neighborhood yet.
I should hopefully get my Seth cosplay in like a week or two.
That's exciting. Because it is ordered.
Oh my god, Az is also cosplaying, dude. I need to get on that then. Shit.
Yeah, I told chat they wanted me to also cosplay Ray from Scott Outpost. So I'm
Oh.
gonna do Ray after after Seth.
Wait. Is there a Doki Doki of Ray's cosplay?
I don't know actually. I
Yeah,
told they asked me and I was like I'll do it. So I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I may have to makeshift it, but I
Yeah.
can make do.
Yeah.
All right, chat.
We have some connections. Somebody can make an arm for you. That'd be pretty cool.
Chat, we have to decide on a character for me to join. One of these days, we'll all show up in cosplay.
Everyone does Bernice.
That's
You should
true.
do Vivian.
Ooh.
That'd be fun.
Oh, Vivian. I'm so happy with how they wrote her. She's so cute.
I thought I wasn't gonna like her fangirling of Faithin, and I
Me
also
too.
didn't think I'd like her voice, but in practice, it actually worked pretty well. I was surprised.
I love her. She's such a cutie pie. Her story is so good. And also, I sat there and looked at her animations, like her auto attack animation when we had her like in the hollow for so long because she was swinging, but her umbrella was off to the side, which means it was confirmed, by the way, that she does have a hidden blade in her umbrella like Neo from Ruby. So I do need to know which dev watched Ruby, and I need the collab now.
But yeah, oh wait, also Ashika, is it, I know you said you like raised your mic already, but my chat's saying that you're still kind of quiet. Would you be able to raise it a little bit more?
I can crank her up.
Oh yeah, crank it.
Okay. Oh, I think I broke it.
Oh no.
Okay. Now we just need as.
Is that better?
I didn't hear too much of a difference that time.
Yeah, it sounds the same to me.
It's so weird because it like if I talk loudly, it'll like turn the whole bar red.
Yeah,
So it's
Discord.
like-
Yeah, Discord's funky.
It's blowing it out, but like I don't know.
It doesn't sound like it's blowing it out.
It's so weird.
She's not
Yeah.
quiet? Okay.
And then there are some moments where Discord will like the Discord actually will cut you off because it has the or whatchamacallit, that filter.
I have the output volume all the way up too. I don't know really what
Okay.
else to do there.
Okay, wait, the chat says that you're good now. It's the same. But okay, apparently it's fine, so.
It sounds the same to me. I didn't hear any difference, but I mean, as long as it.
Yeah, as long as
it
it's
sounds
fine.
Okay.
For everyone. Because I
Yeah,
can hear
my
you fine.
chat's- Oh wait, no, is that my chat? How do I know? Whatever, dude.
Yeah, that's the one thing with shared chat. We
I recognize my YouTube side. Yeah, again, by the way, YouTube side, I know we streamed this last time. I'm so sorry, but a lot of your chats will be probably ignored. Not on purpose, but it's just there's a lot of Twitch chats that are flooding through.
yeah.
I can't sync my YouTube chat.
We love the
Twitch.
YouTube side though. Don't think we forget about you guys.
Yeah.
If you guys
only forget
want
about
to
them sometimes.
answer or like ask questions and stuff, there will be like dedicated like moments throughout the live portion of the Proxy Podcast that we will address a lot of like your guys' questions. So like don't feel like you guys are being completely left out. We're gonna find spots to be able to fit you guys in, because I mean that's the whole point of us doing it live, so then we can chat with you guys alongside.
Yeah.
Chatting amongst ourselves. So don't feel like you guys are left out. It's just that, again, interacting with you guys is not gonna be like directly,
For the entire
right
time.
when you guys ask questions. Yeah. So just be aware of that.
YouTube chat in shambles. Don't worry. YouTube chat, you guys are never forgotten. My YouTube chat is unhinged.
You're in
Yeah,
Some-
sometimes
Yeah.
I jump into your YouTube chat.
Sometimes they're more down bad than I am, which is saying something. Not to call you guys out, but
I don't mean to ignore people. I just
what's up? What's up,
Yep.
Rio? Oh, Rio. Oh my god, Rio. Rio.
Ashika just like cut off there for a second for me.
no, that was me actually just talking quietly.
Oh,
Fair enough.
I do need to do one thing before we start. I do need to quickly fix my headphones.
Mic issues caused by Discord's automatic gain control.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, that's a problem.
it's most likely that's one. Yeah, I don't know if you could turn that off though.
I think you can. Because, oh wait, for Josh and As, because I think I was listening back to the first two podcasts, and my mic was really
Yeah.
scuffed on Discord, right? Was it better in the one with Ruby? Because I tried fixing it for that one, right?
Yeah, from the last podcast.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was scuffed in the first place,
Oh.
so I didn't really notice the difference between the two episodes.
I noticed it a little bit, but yeah, when you pointed it out, that's when I was going back to edit the videos, I was like, okay, yeah, I remember there were moments where like I had seen like when I was checking the levels on my timelines and stuff like that. I was like, oh, okay, like yeah, she was peeking out a little bit, but it wasn't that bad. But then episode 4, you weren't picking it also.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good to know.
Okay.
Yeah, because I tried using like the different noise suppression thing, and then also like turning off the auto like cut off. Because I think one of them is like better than the other. One of them like really kind of cuts off your audio a lot. So, oh,
Okay, that's not what I asked. Plugged in the charger and now it's trying to do some stupid thing. Do that.
yeah. Automatic gain controls in the advanced part of the Discord voice settings. Yeah, there's like a bunch of settings that are you have to kind of mess around with.
I'm back from the void.
Oh, the zoom.
USB mode. Yeah, sorry, I had to do my Bangbu plugins. Took me a second.
Was that Ashikai?
You're
Oh, you cut off there, Ashikai. We heard like
what?
where
Ow!
We did not hear anything that you just
we
said. You
only
said
heard
something in
we.
the past.
There was a syllable that happened. Yeah.
Discord settings, voice and video, scroll all the way down, and automatic gain control is a toggle, is what chat's saying.
It is a toggle, yes.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure. Do I have that off? Let me look. Voice and video.
And in the meantime, while us four are finicking with some settings, if you guys are on the YouTube side of our chats,
It is on.
gotta head
Turn
over
it
to
off.
Twitch. Turn that shit off. But yeah, head over to Twitch, everybody, and check to see if you have your Twitch primes. As you guys should be, just click that subscribe button. See if you have the Twitch Prime box, and subscribe to twitch.tv/agekk, twitch.tv/AsrealVanity. Yes,
That's it.
and that's it. That's the sauce right there.
Where's your camera, by the way, Josh?
Wait, I think I'm blind.
I always share screen it. I never can.
Yeah, that's fine. I
Alright.
just need to see your face.
Alright.
Get in here. There we go.
Oh my god, I see two Joshes now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because because this one's a little bit like laggy for me. But if I share my OBS virtual, like it becomes so much cleaner. Because
Is it? Oh.
yeah.
Oh, mine is faster this time. Oh wait, am I sharing screen?
Yeah,
Or
you're
am
sharing
I...
screens.
Oh, I am sharing.
Wait, how do you?
Oh.
How'd you share the screen? Oh, you're sharing it.
I
Okay, wait. Let me
figured it
try.
out.
Let me try.
Yeah.
Share.
Yeah,
Wait.
because I share screen, OBS virtual
Capture
cam,
device. Oh no, OBS virtual cam. Okay.
Did you click the Elgato one? I also did.
I clicked the. It even does the mirror for me. Wait, no, it's still mirrored. Wait, am I mirrored? Oh my god, my
I don't know,
brain.
hold on.
No, it's okay. No, this is not mirrored. My brain just completely exploded. I was
There we
like,
go.
wait, is my room mirrored or not? I'm sitting in it.
I was gonna say it looks the exact same. So.
Okay.
Okay. How can I have all of the shared screens on at the same time? Is that possible?
Yeah, you can do the eye. It's like we'll start watching multiple streams.
I feel like. Hold on.
Oh.
1 second. I'm hearing a buzzing. From. Wait, is it from someone or is it from?
Is
Literally
that from
just
me?
I don't
I
hear
hear
it.
a buzzing too.
Oh, you do? Is it me? Because I don't hear it.
Age.
Is it me?
Turn off your stream real quick. Like your Elgato cam. It was you.
There it is.
Oh, damn it, man! Wait, what? Oh, wait, what was that? Like,
I don't
could-
know.
were you able to mute
I don't know
my
what that
stream?
was. Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, come
Wait,
back.
yeah, wait, try that.
you,
Try-
you can come back in. Let me see.
Wait, yeah, try. Is there like an audio? Is it from the audio itself, or is
Yeah, because if it
I
might be
muted
from
it.
the
Yeah, there you
yeah.
go.
okay? Sorry, I don't know.
Okay, we're
I
good.
forgot that it does that.
I don't know like how to.
Okay, where's
not,
the eye
they
thing
cannot
that you
do
guys
that.
are talking about? Sorry.
Oh, okay. So in the top right, you might have it not clicked because we toggle it so that it looks better whenever we're streaming. Right now, make sure in the top right, when you click the little hamburger thing, the 3 lines, that the show non-video participants is checked. In the top right, there's the 3 buttons. There's the 3 little dots.
Okay.
Click on it, make sure that's checked. And then on the streams themselves, there's 2 different buttons. There's the watch now, or there's this the eye with the plus. Click the eye with the plus on both streams. It'll pull both of them up. And then once you have everyone up, then recheck, make sure that the show non-video participants is unchecked. And then it'll just be everyone.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
If you need help, I can pull up your stream to see what you're looking at.
No. No, I didn't click the eye. It should be fine though. Hold up. Just Okay, go back. Click the eye. Perfect.
We can be as down bad as we want tonight, and you probably won't notice. I'll notice.
We will. Yes, we will be noticing.
Don't worry, you won't get off completely scot-free, YouTube chat. I got eyes on you.
Sweats.
We're finally ready. Also, can I not show the live FPS thing? That's kind of cringe.
What?
Because it has the
Oh, on your cam?
yeah, on everybody's cams.
I only see
move
the
your mouse
live.
off of Discord.
Yeah.
Ah,
There
Beautiful.
there we go. There we go. Simply. Simply. Okay, one last thing I need to do, and then we can start recording, and then we'll get started. Sorry, everybody, for all the tech issues.
Wait, let me pause these.
Hey, hopefully we're all excited.
Hey, it wouldn't be the
Podcast
Proxy
today.
Podcast if we don't redo every tech issue every time.
Exactly. It's true.
Okay.
It's part of the experience, actually.
True, Nelsie. You do have responsibilities.
And the record button is now hit.
Consistency is key. Consistently scuffed.
That's right. You guys now come to expect us to scuff every single setup. So,
Yeah.
you know.
Wait, Ashley, are you talking?
Oh?
Oh, Ash.
Uh-oh.
This
Uh-oh.
whole time.
Oh no.
I thought-
Oh no.
Oh, there we go. There we
we're
go.
back.
Oh.
We're back.
Oh, you
Never
keep
mind,
you,
they left.
you keep cutting
You're
out. Oh
coming
no.
in and
Did you
out.
did you turn your volume like up? Maybe turn it back to what it was before, because before you weren't cutting out at least. And people are saying the volume was like the same. So
Yeah. I
Whatever-
think we
whatever
might
you
need to bring
did.
it back.
maybe undo it.
Undo it. Control Z it.
Signal in the Ballet Twins is pretty bad. Yeah.
I mean, there was a hollow on the horizon, so might
Yeah.
affect the signals.
Yeah, I don't got many towers out there, you know.
You gotta be on the rooftop. That's how
True,
we did
true. Actually, you need Faithin to help with the communication. That's part of their whole shtick, right?
Yeah, Josh, get back in the EOS cosplay. Go on. Let's go.
I've been talking.
Oh,
Oh,
We
He's-
heard,
we
it a little
heard you
bit.
there for just a second.
Don't.
Oh no.
oh no, Ash.
I feel so bad. It's definitely not you, Ashikai. It's
Yeah.
some
It's
up with-
Discord. Something with Discord is
Yeah.
happening. 'Cause we're getting one word every like. I don't know how many words you're saying.
What are you guys even
We're
hearing
hearing
just now?
you say a word every other like 5 words or something.
Mhm.
Do you run your mic through a software or just through the audio interface? Question. Wait, how do you look at the chat of the stream?
Oh my god, I forgot I had that
on
command.
Discord?
Yeah, what are you looking at right now, Ashley Kai?
She's speaking in Morse code.
Like on your end, you know how when you talk on your end, it shows your green icon lighting up? Does it look like that for you, Ashley Kai, whenever you talk?
Oh, Ashkai left.
Oh,
I think they're gonna try unjoining, rejoining.
okay,
and then
okay.
Yeah.
See if that might fix something. Yeah.
Were you silent or silenced? That's crazy.
Hello, hello.
Hello. But yeah.
If we are talking, it's not registering. Oh, there we go. I don't see the
Yeah.
green.
Yeah, Ashley Kai, if you talk, do you see yourself lighting up as green on your end? Oh.
I think that might be a no.
Oh no.
Wait, did you hear something?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Ah.
Oh.
Oh.
Hello?
Say
We heard
something.
yes.
I just did say a sentence.
Oh, there we
Oh.
go. Okay,
Oh,
now we
oh.
can hear you. That sentence we could hear though. Okay, well at least it sounds like
Is
it's
it
working now.
consistent?
Now it
It's
is.
consistent now.
it
Yes.
is.
Okay, so
Yeah.
apparently OBS and Discord hate each other. I don't want to
Oh.
troubleshoot it. I just reset all of my audio settings to whatever the default is, and that's just how it's gonna be.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
that works.
That's-
It works.
that's totally fine.
You're loud
That's
enough
fine.
for me. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think there's just too many softwares that are conflicting with each other. So we're either just gonna either you can use my Fugi, or you can just have no screen of mine. Like I can't use the virtual cam because OBS fucks with Discord.
Yeah, no,
Right,
you're
so
good.
that-
I think you
Hmm.
use your do I have that? Does it auto Discord chat? Oh yeah. Okay, there we go.
Oh, it shows everyone though. Wait. I need just
It does show
Ash.
Is there a way to edit that?
I mean, I could. Here, I'm gonna do the super scuff way. I just crop everyone else.
Oh, that works.
Yeah, because I mean, you could
Ooh.
technically go to the site and get
Your
the
hat's
specific
gonna be in
one.
the way, but there we go. There you go.
So that's the best I can do.
Yeah.
Hey, it works. It works. I have you in the corner of my screen.
probably just
Are we good to start now?
Yes. we'll just ask for like the like a picture of your PNG tuber and the ballet twins thing. If we could, like, we'll just like have that like a picture, and then we'll like crop it into the actual like YouTube podcast side. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Pull my Fugi in as an OBS element.
Yeah, I have you.
Yeah, I have you on the screen.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I hold up. Let's wait. Hold up. Wait, that's genius. Give me a sec.
It's like you can actually drag and drop the links in the Fugi dashboard and just go
Okay.
straight to OBS as a browser source. Drop the link.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I feel like one of you taught me that.
It definitely wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
Somebody else who was smarter than me at this kind of stuff
Yeah.
taught me that. I don't know who it was, but
real quick.
yay. Let's start. I want a lore.
Yeah, I also
We
want
do.
more.
All right, get us started real quick.
Okay. Yeah. Well, one second.
Just start with the introductions.
1 second. How do I? Okay. Sorry. I need to. I need to ban someone real quick. All right.
Oh, you're good.
Okay. Oh god. Okay. Why am I having stage fright? Anyways. All right, welcome in everyone to the 5th episode of the Proxy Podcast. We're finally ready to get started. And yeah, so this is a podcast where Josh, Azriel, and I host bi-weekly. No. We host it regularly where we explore all things Zenless Zone Zero, gacha, and video game related. And yeah, today we have a special guest on with us, Ashley Kai, who is the lore master. Ashley Kai, do you want to introduce yourself to everyone.
Welcome in.
Welcome in.
Shikai, I do lore content and theory content for Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, and Zenless Zone Zero.
The goat,
Literally,
as
It's
commonly
fun.
referred to.
I'm here for my education lesson today, since
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I need to know the details. But yeah,
You just finished it, right?
yeah, I literally just finished it a few minutes before this
Yeah, I
podcast was
thought
supposed
so.
to start because
My
Actual
bad.
butter
We're still
buzzer
doing
beater.
introductions. I got ahead of myself. You can keep going with the introductions. My bad.
oh no, here, introduce yourself. Go.
I'm Astro Vanity. I stream on YouTube and Twitch. I do Zenless lore and other games, maybe eventually at some point, but mainly Zenless.
All right. Next up, Josh.
Hey folks, it's your boy Josh. I'll be honest. We have two more dedicated lore content creators here. I'll be honest. What do I do? I kind of do a little of everything around ZZZ. I don't do the biggest lore stuff. I don't even do the biggest combat theory craft and stuff. I'm a little bit of everywhere.
Jack of
Hi,
all
folks.
trades.
And yeah, jack of all trades. Yeah. Gooner, variety streamer. We'll take those titles.
Yeah, and then I guess speaking of Gunnar variety streamers, I'm Agekk. Lovely to meet you all. I also am a bit of a Gunnar. I can't believe I'm introducing myself like that now. But also listen. I have to embrace who I am. But yeah, I post lots of gacha-centric content. My main games at the moment are Zenless Zone Zero, Wuthering Waves, Honkai Star Rail, Reverse 1999. Post singing covers on YouTube sometimes related to the gacha games. And yeah, I like to react to story, but I'm definitely not as much of a lore analyzer. And okay, that was so bad. I'm definitely not as educated on the lore matters as an Ashikai, so I'm here for my lesson on the lore, and I'm ready to study.
Yes, we'll
This
teach
just
you.
means that your brain is healthy.
Yeah, true.
No, I love coming to your lore videos, though, both of you, to learn all the
Lore
different
hasn't
stuff.
got you yet.
Yeah,
It needs to set in. Maybe it will after today's podcast. But yeah. So today we're going to be talking mostly about the newest patch, 1.6. I think everyone has completed the story as of right now.
Yes.
I believe so. There's lots of story.
Yes, main
Lots of
story,
story.
and also I think we've also all completed the Anby agent mission as well.
I believe so. And then there's also some lore from the events and stuff too, but we can talk about that a bit later. So yeah, I mean, just overall, first to start it off, overall thoughts on the patch. Like, not going to story details, but how do you guys feel about playing the patch? How does it feel compared to some of the previous ones? Did you like it? Didn't like it? Thoughts?
Ashka, you go first. You're the guest.
Oh, well. I like the story. I thought it was a little clumsy.
Interesting.
Understandable.
In what way?
Like, I'm pretty sure like this is the first time we've actually heard everyone just talk about the Exaltus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that just
it
kind
is.
of popped out of nowhere. I kind of feel like I don't want to put the blame on the devs for this because I really think that a lot of the clumsiness in terms of like introducing new concepts and story beats has to do with the fact that TV mode is now gone.
Yeah.
And they're still
Well-
transitioning because like you write and stuff, all this kind of stuff like way in advance, you know. And so I feel like when you have to start scrapping huge chunks of it, there's a lot that gets overlooked. So I don't really want to throw that on the devs, but it's one of those things that's like
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
yeah.
Understandable.
I absolutely agree. I ranted about it when I was doing my playthrough, because when the first couple times they said it, I thought it was fine because it was like, okay, the only time that they've really mentioned Exaltus was when the siblings would bring it up, And so it made sense in my mind because, like, sure, they know the Exaltus, that's fine. But it slowly started, like, creeping up on me, like, getting slightly annoyed whenever Zhu Yuan and Miyabi and the others started talking about the Exaltus as if it's like everyone just knows about the Exaltus. And I literally sat there for a second and I was like, okay, so is this just common knowledge? Like, do the civilians, like, obviously I know who the Exaltus are, but it took down a point in my review of this story, because if someone does not follow the lore to a, like, unbelievably high degree, they probably have no idea who the Exaltists even are. Especially because the only time they've referred to the Exaltist in game beforehand, it was from a mistranslation, I guess, from what people are saying now. And they were called the Order before. And it was from an event that's not even in the game anymore. That was live for like 2 weeks. So I couldn't ask my chat how it affected them, because a lot of my chat, you know, watches my content and knows who the Exaltists are, like, you know, through me. But I'm interested in Age's chat, and also Age. Did you know who the Exaltists are, or are you confused?
See, actually, because in my head, the Exaltists, I just kind of saw them as the Order / the cult. Like, in my, like, as someone who is playing it, like, pretty casually, right? Not going too deep into the lore. Because at the end of 1.4, they kind of brought the idea of that cult-like organization maybe being behind all of these things, like, you know, involving Sarah and all of these other members. So until you mentioned it just now, I actually did not even think about the fact that they called it something different in this patch. I just kind of assumed they were the same organization.
Yeah.
Even though, and if it's like you said, that they didn't even bring up the name until that one event, which I'm actually pretty sure I didn't play the event where they brought it up. So now I'm wondering, how did I know? And how did I kind of just...
The lore teaser. The Exaltist Overseer.
Yeah.
I
the
put it
sword
in a
mask,
couple
that's
of
the only
videos
other
too, and I'm
time.
sure Azzy has as well.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
But the other thing is, I'm so steeped in, like, the deep lore that sometimes I don't remember if I only know of something because I like tracked it down, and if it, like, actually hasn't been in the main story. Like, sometimes I just don't remember.
Yeah.
And I just expected, oh, this is common knowledge. Like, wait a minute. Because I went into that, and, like, for the first, like, 30 minutes of the quest, I was like, oh, yeah. Well, not like first, you know, the first chunk of the quest, I was like, oh, yeah, no, this is fine. The Exaltus, that makes sense. And then I started being like, wait a second. Did this ever actually get mentioned? Because I feel like I hallucinated that. And then I went back and I kind of, like, checked through my notes, and I'm like, yeah, I hallucinated that.
Yeah. It's crazy because, I mean, like, if you look for it, it makes sense. And it's the same, like, it's the same situation of everyone was super surprised that the MCs had eye implants at the end of 1.4 when it was very obvious. Like, not saying that, like, you should have known, I guess, my bad. I'm not, like, roasting you, they didn't know. But, like, they had so many hints that you could pick up on. But I guess if you weren't, like, super paying attention, then that could, you know, just, like, fly over your head. And so it's very similar with the Exaltus. But before we go too deep into, like, that whole side of things, back on the, I guess, more originally on the initial question that you asked, which was, like, how it felt to play. I think it was good. I think there was a little bit too much, and actually, someone said this in Ashika's server as well, and I agreed with it. I felt like there was a little bit too much hand holding during the puzzle thing, like where we had the keypad, because there was like, we didn't actually have to go find evidence. I mean, they led you to it directly and then had Lycon repeat it like 3 times. So there wasn't,
and then
like,
it just flashed it right before you actually click into the control plan. I think I'm like,
but and then there's obviously that one little, like, puzzle that you towards the end of the story where you just do, like, a little rotating, like, movement to collect the key at the end to, like, fix the circuit or whatever.
We have to fill in the squares, right?
I was like, this is a great replacement for TV mode. I was like, awesome. But yeah, so Josh, how did you feel about the story, and also your opinion on the Exaltist?
man, I kind of have to agree with Age in the sense that, like, I'll be honest, I kind of just went with the flow a little bit. Like I wasn't too, I didn't pay too much attention to that portion specifically. And when you two, sorry, I'm pointing in different directions here. When you know, Az and Ashika, you both bring it up. I'm like, okay, yeah, that is a very, very big point. Like, you know, in terms of the continuity of it all, right? But for me, as a little bit more of a casual player who just follows the main story generally, I'm like, yeah, they did mention this cult order, the Exaltus, and then now I'm like, okay, yeah, they kind of mentioned it too much. I'm like, that doesn't break my immersion a little bit. Another point I do want to bring up, and I'm not too sure if this is going to be mentioned, but when we talk about Vivian in particular, take this little tangent here. When you know, I'll save it for later. I'll save it for later. We'll get to that conversation a little later. Because it's like that point that I wanted to make just now happens much later towards the end of the story quest. So we'll kind of go in order here. But as far as my overarching thoughts on the story, I definitely enjoyed the storytelling of it. I did not enjoy the puzzles, the combat. It was very subpar. And I understand why a lot of people, especially in my chat, felt relatively disengaged.
Mhm.
A lot more so than they did with the other previous stories. Especially since this one was much longer, but that
This
was
one was
a
very
product.
long.
Yeah, it was a product of having to include that much more story, less focus on the actual you actually playing. the actual
Yeah,
story
I don't
quest.
have a problem with that. I think just because I mean, anyone who like plays Star Rail or HI3, like you don't really get that much combat in your story anyway. But when you said that are you talking about like the lines, like the story lines, the voice lines that take 7,000 years to play through when you're walking through a stage?
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
weird.
and there were moments
Yeah.
where you can't actually click through some of the voice lines, and I was just sitting there. I was like, I can't click, guys. We just gotta listen to some of these voice lines.
Yeah, they need to. I put that in my review, like since they started adding it in. What was it? I think it was 1.4 is when they started it,
Yeah.
or 1.5.
I'm pretty sure it was 1.5,
But-
just last update.
Yeah, it legitimately felt slower than last update.
Mm.
Like, I don't know how that happened, but they need to speed that up. I'm not opposed to it. I'm used to having to like read and listen to like voice lines during combat and stuff, like from HI3. But I don't want to, like, I literally shimmy. Like, I spam A
Same.
and B and W. I literally do like a little jig with my character to like slow down my progress so I can make sure that I hear all the voice lines, which I feel like shouldn't be necessary.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, besides that, I think it was really good. I did like the pacing of the story, and I did like
did too,
the
yeah.
actual
Mhm.
content of the story as well. I still think the writing for this patch was really, really good, besides that Exaltus thing. And I guess to touch on that Exaltus thing, like one more thing, I told chat, I actually think that it still would have made sense that they're bringing it up now, like without fully explaining what the Exaltists fully are, because technically the Exaltists haven't been in the story, so none of the characters have had to like talk about it until now. But the reason why I was so confused on why they hadn't brought it up before, but now they're acting like everyone knows, was specifically because of the interaction with Ray after the Arpeggio Fault. Because I felt like Ray should absolutely be someone, if it's like common knowledge, who knows about the Exaltists, and at the end of the Arpeggio Fault, you find a letter that was written by the Exaltists, and she's like, I don't know what this is. It's a letter by someone, but we gotta look into it. But like, if she knew, it literally, the quote says, may the creator guide us. So like, she would have known it was the Exaltists if she did know. So like that one Ray interaction in my head was the only reason why I was like, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, there's some odd continuity things that happen. Like, for example, the Anby stuff, right?
Mhm.
You're supposed to play Anby's quest technically before the main story, but there's nothing that will tell you that you're supposed to do that. but
Yeah.
there's like a moment where you go to the outer ring where you suddenly see Anby in a new outfit, and it's like, when did that happen?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the other thing is too, like Harumasa's quest is actually technically should be played before this, and Lycon's.
Yes.
And like
Yes.
I feel
Mm.
like they should, like
Mm.
before this story starts, put a prompt up that says it is recommended that you complete these 3 quests before going on this one.
yeah. I 100%
And
agree with
just-
Wait,
that.
to be
Even
fair,
if you
didn't
can
they
skip
have
it.
that?
I didn't see one.
They had like a
No.
no. Like I remember, like one of the first prompts from going into the. I don't know if it was
I think
going
they're trying
into the
to
story
reduce
quest.
friction, and I think they're trying to do it too much, right? Because like I think like at one point early on, in some of the earlier versions, they would do stuff like that, and now I feel like they're trying to reduce as much friction as possible so that people don't feel like they are obligated to spend even more hours playing through a story, even if they don't want it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
And so they're trying to make things more optional, which is why like Anby just kind of shows up and she's in a new outfit, and if you haven't played her quest, you won't know why. But it's also not super relevant to the main story.
But
You
at the
know what I
same
mean? But,
time,
like it's kind of relevant to a subplot, which I think is going to be
Mhm.
more
Mhm.
relevant in part B than it was in part A. So like I
Yeah.
kind of get that, but I think it's the same issue with Ray, right? Like that's a continuity error. Because like when did you play that? When were you supposed to be playing that quest? Versus
The
when
Arpeggio
did
Fault
you?
one? Yeah.
Yeah.
because for
Yeah,
the
no, I
Like
agree.
that.
I
And then
think
also,
they're
like-
definitely.
But like
Keep going.
even you could even see that with Astra too, right? Because they first introduced her to us in an event that you can't play anymore. And that's where she became friends with us. And then
Mhm.
like
Oh, is that one not in the Chronicles?
No.
The Snap one?
I don't know, I don't think so.
I don't
I don't
think
think
so.
it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It got next.
So like people who weren't there for the Snap quest, don't know who Snap is, so then they're doing the fishing event. Like that kind of the interaction there felt a little bit
Yeah.
weird. And then also Astra, when we first meet her, we're just friends already. And that feels weird
Mm.
because we didn't have that whole previous interaction. You know what I mean?
That's totally
Yep.
true. I didn't even think
So
about that.
there's some continuity errors that I think are a result of their the shifts in the way that they're telling the story, right? So I can't really fault them for it as much as I normally would, just because I kind of understand the reason why. I feel like if this kind of thing continues in version 2 plus, then I'm gonna start giving them real shit for it. And I'm still gonna put it in the feedback surveys and everything, but like I'm
Yeah.
not gonna, like I'm gonna give them a little bit of slack. I'll cut them a little slack for this.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree. I think the biggest thing is at least have the events that kind of have that lore significance. Have it permanent, like retroactively add them to the Redo Chronicles, and then also if they think that someone should play it beforehand, not only should there be like a pop-up before you start the quest. And to answer someone in chat who said they do tell you to do the Anby quest when you meet her, they mention like that you could go and do it, but there's so many instances of them referencing what happened in that agent mission way before that
Yeah.
moment. Like the entire
I agree,
organ
yeah,
thing
Mhm.
is
Yeah.
because of the Anby mission. So
Yeah.
if you don't play it beforehand, you would just be like, organs, confused, and then you finish the main story and then do Anby agent mission, and then you would be like, oh, that's what that was. Now I wish I paid attention because now I know it has context. But anyway, retroactively add it into the Redo Chronicles, and then we literally have a timeline in the game. Like we have the main story timeline, the journey tab. It has
just
like the
think
little
that
images
that's-
of all the things.
I think
add
that
it in
story
there.
timeline should be in a different location. When
It
you're
is
doing
kind
the
of
quest.
hidden.
Like,
If that's what you
yeah,
Mm.
like it just needs a little bit better UI so that it's more front and center, I think.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
yeah, like I think that's where the clumsiness comes from me. But like overall, I like the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, the story itself was really
Just
fun to
those
play
little
through.
things.
And the character
Yeah, I still
writing.
hate the story, like,
I do agree about the puzzles though. The amount of times where I was like when we had to hack into the terminals and stuff,
mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm just like,
Why is that not where TV mode goes?
Yeah, a little mini TV version. And I talked to, I'm not gonna get into it. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna get into it. I'm gonna rant about it for like 35 minutes. Anytime I've talked about the TV, it turns into a whole rant.
It just
I
feels
get
like
it.
hacking especially just feels like it's perfect for TV mode. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hacking is like TV mode is built for hacking.
Yeah,
And you know what? Actually, now that we bring it back up, I think it's a perfect transition for like doing the TV mode, because now if we're gonna permanently have one sibling going into the hollow, then you could just say that that's the other sibling using the HDD to like hack in for you.
Right.
And so then you
Yeah.
like technically do the
Yeah.
TV with the other sibling. So that just, it still makes sense. I still think that they're reiterating on it because they said they're not going to permanently get rid of it in that dev thing. So I think they will re-implement it in some way in the future. But for right now, yeah, it's definitely still out of the picture.
Yeah, because I just feel like the puzzles themselves, like you bring up a really good point, how like if you just have a bit of the TV mode in a not so clunky way, because obviously some of the earlier chapters, it's like you kind of spend so long in the TV mode that for me, it did kind of take me out of it, especially in chapter 3, I think, or was it even chapter 3? It was the one where you had to do like the detective kind of mode inside the TV. I don't remember
That
exactly.
was actually,
Oh, sorry.
that was 2.5.
2.5.
2.5. Yeah, it was with
Oh,
Chi
not
and
sorry. I was like, wait, update 2.5. No, but like chapter 2.5. Yeah, like
chapter
cause
2.5.
yeah, because I think for that one specifically, I did get a bit annoyed at it because I was like, dude, I'm spending so long here, and the info I'm learning isn't really even satisfying because I'm just like kind of spending so long trying to go back and forth figuring out things. But I have said this since they removed it. I really do wish that they didn't remove it completely. I understand a lot of players really disliked it because they found it boring, but I think there's an in-between, right? For how you can implement it. Don't make it as obtrusive to the story. Definitely add in more moments where you're able to run around as the characters and experience, this physical world with the characters. But then, like you said, for the hacking stuff, that's a super, super perfect way. Rather than these puzzles, which you do elsewhere when you're literally just doing dailies or trying to complete random tasks around the world, like the Bangbu, the circuits, those things like that. You throw in that random tile completion thing. Like, yes, I don't want them to put in puzzles that are too hard, but at the same time, these puzzles themselves feel a bit redundant for like what's going on.
I mean,
Yeah, especially when it's
I
just
love
like
that
combat
one
puzzle, and it's like it just doesn't feel
freaking love
satisfying.
that. Do you guys remember that one puzzle that's like, I'm gonna hack into the system, and then it gives you that TV screen and it's like 8 pulses?
Oh
So you
yes,
just have to hit the timing.
Oh,
I'm just like,
yeah.
this is out of all of the things to break my immersion, that was the biggest one.
Yeah,
That was when you're
yeah,
unlocking
just
the
rhythm
disc.
dancing of it.
The USB or the tape with the PubSec
Well,
and
it's just
Section
like,
6.
this is like so not, it doesn't feel like hacking. Like, at least with some of the puzzle ones, like if you're gonna fill in all the squares or, do the circuit or whatever, at least those kind of feel like, yeah, I feel like I'm kind of hacking away at something. But like the puzzles, I'm just like,
I will say, right,
I
because
mean-
you're right, Age. That was when we were hacking the Bringer audio file.
Yeah.
When they were like, what if we hack into this? I was like, oh, what if we didn't hack it into it? I was like, let's give it to Rain. Rain will hack it for us. And then it pulled up the prompt for the rhythm game. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess we're not going to have Rain inclusion. I guess
Yeah,
we're just
that was the
gonna
thing.
do this rhythm game.
that was like the one thing. And now, but that actually, okay, I wanna, if I can segue for something
Sure,
that's related
go
to
ahead.
this.
Yes.
Since we now have the ability to have both siblings, and we've got one that kind of runs around in the field, and then one that stays at home with the HDD and Fairy, like, it seems to me like you could, theoretically, really integrate both of them together. Like you said, to be able to swap back and forth between siblings. And even with EOS, right? Because like you could have one sibling sync with EOS and take EOS with you as the other sibling.
Mhm.
And then if something
Yeah.
else needs to happen in New Eridu, or you have anyone else, like you can swap back and forth between siblings to do whatever in between, which I think would be really cool because it would make make good use of both siblings. But also, I was wondering if they had planned to do this at some point, or
Like
if
with the
this
siblings?
was them, like if they had planned to have the whole HDD upgrade so that now their ether, aptitude is better so they can go into hollows. Like, I wonder if they intended for that to happen at the start when they started writing, or if that is like their way of writing in the siblings' ability to just go into the hollows now. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wonder
yeah.
how big. Like, I understand that the eye implants are gonna be a big thing. They've been hinting at that for forever. Like, I get that, but I wonder if the whole ether aptitude going into the hollows thing was something that they originally intended, or if they're just using it as a convenience to kind of solve that no TV problem.
I think it was always planned. I think it was I think it may have possibly been pushed up from when they originally planned on it, because
That's
in my timeline, I thought that would happen, but once one of the other AIs were included in the story, I thought that they would probably one of the other AIs would somehow upgrade like the HDD and like do something with us.
I see.
But instead, and like Chad is saying, I don't necessarily think it really felt too shoehorned in. I think they just
No,
didn't
it
give
didn't. Just wondering.
like. I feel like they didn't give a good example as to what the upgrade was. Because the mayor was just like, yo, we're going to plug something into the HDD.
Yeah,
like we literally
do
just
it.
upgraded the GPU of the HDD. And that just like unlocked more powers.
Well,
but I
actually,
wish he went
you-
into it a little bit more.
I agree that they should have got into it a little bit more, but Zenless tends to do storytelling a little bit differently. So I think we'll sort of unlock more information as we go, rather than have it dump at us all at once and give us all the technical details.
Yeah.
I think it's actually very interesting, their explanation for it from a lore perspective, because it implies that the HDD is somehow drawing on how do I put this?
Our power.
Like there's almost like a feedback loop between the HDD and the ether somewhere, right? So like, hold on, let me rejigger this.
I know what
this
you're
in.
saying,
So
because
if Eos is in the hollow and they are in their seat and they are sensory syncing with Eos, the HDD is the intermediary, right? And if I think of it as like, if I think of ether as water and the connection between ether, the proxy and Eos as water as well, then the HDD is kind of like a water filter, right? And so there's a certain amount of particulates that are getting through the HDD water filter and then sort of polluting the bodies of the proxies as they go through Eos. But I'm wondering if it actually like has a more detrimental effect because of the eye implants that are directly connected to the brain, because I have this additional theory, which I can't 100% prove, but that ether has a strong connection with sentience and thoughts and like just data. So I wonder if
Ooh, I have something to say after this.
ether itself is almost like in their brain, and that's what brings down their aptitude. So if the HDDs strain or draw on their like it's not allowing as much ether to pass through it and get into their brain, then that's how their ether aptitude rises, because then they can go into the hollows and they have their natural defenses, more like, right? Because like their brains can detox. That's a really convoluted explanation. I'm sure I can think of a better way to lay it out, but that was kind of what I was wondering when I was reading that.
To kind of support that, though, this kind of ties into something we learned about Vivian down the line. Sorry, the order of like the lore discussion is kind of going all over the place.
That's
but
all right,
but hopefully everyone in chat has obviously played all of it and kind of knows what we're talking about. But later in the story, you know, when we talk to Vivian and then learn more about her past, we learned that Vivian is able to basically have these visions of misfortune in the future. And then Vivian, as far as we are aware, is one of the first characters who can actually utilize ether outside of just having a I guess, an item that is able to contain it, like Zhu Yuan's guns. And then she is also the first character who has this, in a sense, like a psychic type of power as well, or psychic connection with this information that is somehow fed into her brain. So to kind of top off, Ashika, your theory, yeah, like if ether does kind of function as this form of giving or transferring information, especially with how the proxies and their interactions with EOS and then the whole system work, then this could like completely change our understanding of, I guess, exactly what the hollows are, what the ethereals are, what makes them up. And oh wait, there was something else I want to say, but I can't remember. But as you look like you want to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was just gonna interject. Vivian technically isn't the first. It was Astra, because Astra does actively like manipulate ether just with music and like her singing. But I think it's something very similar that Vivian is doing. I think they are both manipulating ether energy. It's just Vivian is doing it in a way that she doesn't realize. And I think it's gonna link into the past that she said that she had with the Exaltists. Because if the Exaltists are known to like continuously experiment with like ether usage and stuff, but I think, you know, ether and hollows are known to, or at least hollows are said to distort space-time, like time as well, which, you know,
the visions
it includes in the hollows. I do think that she is somehow basically peering into the ether to like look at the future, and that's how she's getting those sort of like visions. But as to exactly how she's doing that, I don't know, besides like I just said, that I think it might tie into the Exaltists in some way, whatever her past is.
It's interesting in that context to think about Harumasa too, with his slow descent into
becoming an
ethereal hood.
ethereal hood.
Well, because the Exaltists appear to be trying to make this sort of symbiotic relationship between humans and Ethereals happen. They seem to want to
fuse the two,
make humans into a super species. Like Ethereals have incredible power, but they can't exist outside the hollows. So if they can get the sacrifice to exist outside the hollow, which it can, then like essentially what they're trying to do is like make humans who can leverage the power of an ethereal in or out of a hollow,
and also like manipulate them mayhaps, because in Anby's story quest
sorry,
I mean, I'm sure that's part of it.
Because like in Anby's story quest, right, at one point, you know, before we meet Twiggy for the first time, Anby mentions that the ethereals are acting in the exact way that one of her, like, the people from her past would strategize and carry out missions. And then we later learn that Twiggy kind of was manipulating those ethereals in a sense, whether she was doing it by just like, you know, like sending them, by luring them towards Anby to make them fight her, or whether she actually had some sort of form or some method to like control them more directly, is I'm not too sure about. But I do like that did make me start thinking about what one of the motivations behind, you know, the Exaltists and these Sarah and company and what they're trying to do. Because obviously at the end, you know, with Bringer, they have this serum that they were testing on Bringer, and then it was clearly, you know, trying to fuse human and ethereal matter together to create this kind of super being. So then it makes me wonder if they're trying to like perfect humanity in a sense, kind of like Age of Ultron style, you know, humans, in order for them to evolve and survive in this world, they need to basically kind of like be wiped and then recreated, kind of like, you know, the creator bring us. And or if they also want to, in a sense, maybe utilize ether and the ethereals as a way to just gain power and use them as this sort of unkillable army as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to go into exactly what like the Exaltists' real plan is, like besides just Age of Hollows, right? Also, to answer somebody's question, who said, or someone's comment, they said Twiggy could have trained them before converting them. I think if we're being honest, I think it could have still been after, because she's still one of the only Ethereals that we've seen actually speak.
Was
So she
Twiggy an
talked
ethereal?
At the end. Yeah,
At the end, yeah.
When at
the
the
end.
end of the
Oh, at the end. Okay. Yeah.
yeah. Because when she did the injection thing, she was like she's only the second like ethereal that we've seen speak. The only other one is Bringer.
Do you think it has
So I
anything to
think,
do?
like, oh, sorry, keep going.
Oh no, I was just gonna ask. Do you think that has anything to do with the fact that she only injected half into her? Because then the other girl, the one who was called like A, because halfway
Yeah,
through
girl A.
Twiggy's injection, she grabbed it and then injected the other half in her, right? And then they had their whole like kind of like merging, like bonding thingy.
No, I don't think so, because she was still a full ethereal. Like, she was still acting like an ethereal. And we've never seen that, besides Bringer. But I think it's something to do with the specialty of the syringe. See, this is a great question, because we were talking about this in chat. It is so Twiggy's a sacrifice. I don't know if I want to classify it, because the thing is, it's kind of hard to determine what they want to count as the sacrifice, if I'm being honest, because the first thing that is actively being called a sacrifice in this story, right? We're going after the sacrifice core, which is from the ethereal that we killed in chapter 2, right? But in the actual compendium, the machine is not labeled the sacrifice. The only enemy that is actively labeled as a sacrifice enemy in the game is Bringer. But clearly, it's still a sacrifice. So, because they call it a sacrifice, it's the sacrifice core. So I don't really know if I haven't decided yet if I want to classify Twiggy as a sort of sacrifice yet or not. But the syringe thing that she used is interesting, because it was given from
I think she is, because,
the doctor.
like you said, the sacrifice has a very unique core. So even if she transforms into an ethereal, I mean, you could make the same argument for Haramasa, right? Like, if he starts turning into ethereal, is he a sacrifice? Because he did it based off of, years of injected medications and other experiments? Or, like,
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think those are other experiments that can produce ethereals with unique traits.
Capabilities and stuff.
But I definitely don't think that they are considered sacrifices, if only because they don't have that unique core. And they don't seem to have the same... how do I put this? This has had to go into a cocoon.
Oh, the core? Like
Oh.
this one specifically?
Well, no, I mean, there's multiple sacrifices right now out there that we haven't fought
Yes.
yet, but they're in cocoons all around the city, right?
Yeah.
So, the last time anyone saw this sacrifice, the one that we got the core of, was like 10 years prior. So who's
Right.
to say that it wasn't in a cocoon either prior to being trapped in the monument, or who's to say it wasn't in a cocoon while it was in the monument? Who's to say that, Horus actually fought the sacrifice and trapped it in there? Who's to say the cocoon wasn't placed there and then he, like, smashed it and buried it before it could wake up?
Question: Are you saying that the only thing that like should be like a sacrifice is if it needs the sacrifice core?
Let me put it this way. Not every goat goes up for slaughter,
Okay.
right? So sacrifice in Chinese is actually referred to as like a what do they call it? Like almost like literally a sacrificial lamb. It's like a livestock something. Oh, it's livestock something. I forget. forget what the actual term is. But the point is that they're quite literally trying to make it a sacrificial goat. Or a sacrificial lamb, right? And because of that, I think the purpose of the sacrifice is more important than its features, which kind of goes a little bit against what I was saying before, but they were trying to use it to refine a very special formula. But like, if you think about them all being around the city and like what they may have been trying to do with those sacrifices in cocoons, like those are just experiments that they are, quote, sacrificing in order to make their new reality come true, right? Like there's a level to this. I feel like Bringer was unique in that they were trying to refine a serum. And so he's like the final sacrifice in the process of that. But the other sacrifices, they don't have the same level of sentience. They don't talk. They don't have that same thing. The only thing that's unique about them is that they can exist outside the hollow, really.
Yeah, I won't.
That, they're just like other ethereals. So
I won't
I wonder if
classify
they're
that
considered
just
like
yet, though.
livestock.
Just because we've only seen one other sacrifice besides Bringer, because we've seen the two, like Bringer and that one, but like I need to see another one. I need to see the sacrifice wake up from the cocoon so that I have another like data point to like connect what's the difference between that one and what isn't. Because it is interesting the way, because also that first sacrifice wasn't able to, not only did it not have like sentience, but it wasn't able to summon the creator's hand or anything like that. So yeah, sorry, there was one
some
chat
sort
that was...
of level to it. But I'm also just certain that whatever they're going to call a sacrifice, they're probably going to try and keep it to the ones that have a very unique core, probably because it's going to be a part of the same experiment, right? To make these transhumans. And by transhuman, I'm talking about like in the sense of like a transhumanist, not
like a transformed human.
Yeah. I felt like that needed clarification.
No, yeah, because I mean, oh, sorry.
Oh no, you go.
Oh no, because I just wanted to, obviously I don't have like the most knowledge about the sacrifices and what they are exactly, but for me, like when I was playing the story, right, Bringer felt like a very specifically unique sacrifice, and also because he had the whole boss fight, he's the only person who's called Sacrifice Bringer, and obviously he was able to keep his sentience, but also like the way that he formed, please correct me if I'm wrong because my memory is a bit rusty, but did he have like a cocoon phase during the story before he turned into like the god created me?
Okay, ether crystal wise, like the one that we saw in this story, no. But if you want to count the hand rising up and then him like blooming out of the hand, then that could count, I guess.
Yeah,
it was a lot
but
faster
not
metamorphosis, but he still had a metamorphosis phase, I guess.
Yeah, but
he did have a little like transformation.
Yeah, but I guess like for me, it really felt like when they were bringing up the sacrifice in the 1.6 story, I was kind of confused the entire time because they were saying that, oh, there's so many sacrifices around the city, right? In all of these different hollows, in these cocoons, there's like 12, and that's only the ones that we know of. So that in my head, I was like, wait, so are all of these sacrifices going to be on the same level as Bringer? Because I feel like after witnessing the way Bringer turned into a sacrifice, right? It was really different from these sacrifices that have just been stagnant for so long and just existing inside these cocoons. So they felt really different.
Okay, so I think that's kind of a bit of a failure on the part of the devs for not making the differences clear. But if I may add some of my own brand of logic, which may or may not be valid.
No, go for it. We're here to discuss.
The way I see it, the locations that we got were from Bringer's notebook, which meant that the sacrifices in question were placed before Bringer turned. Because Bringer would have had to write those things in his notebook. So they have to be an older type of sacrifice. which means that their purpose is like the other thing too is that they're unguarded, right? And something of Bringer's importance, I feel like would have been guarded or been more like a headquarters sort of thing or something, because like he's so much more advanced than the previous one. So I'm kind of looking at the sacrifice that they had, the one in the monument, right, as sort of like
Chat's saying like an older model.
zombies. Well, I'm kind of thinking of them as like zombies.
Yeah.
They just have them caged up at these different locations, and then they're gonna unleash them on the public at some point. And what I think they're gonna try to do, and I think they might manage it, is I think they're gonna unleash them all over the city, and people are gonna freak out because there are Ethereals outside the hollows. And I think it's important that those Ethereals don't talk, because Ethereals don't talk.
Right.
And I think that the Exaltists are going to come up, and I think they're in tops. I think they're going to come up, and they're going to be like, look, the ethereal threat is real. They're coming out of the hollows. Nowhere is safe. We have a solution. And they're going to start offering a quote-unquote vaccine.
Create the problem, create the solution, sell the solution.
Yeah,
Correct.
I can see it. I can see it happening. That does make sense.
So I think that's a little bit why there's like the organ harvesting. I think that's a little bit of why we've got I think that's why they're perfecting the serum on Bringer. I think that's why they're doing a lot of things. I think they're doing multiple strains of this ethereal causing serum. And I think they may find a way to make it have a delayed reaction. Where they can start testing their products on mass market and maybe having it delay so that a lot more people participate before anyone gets wise to what's going on.
Yeah, I'm gonna quickly answer one of the questions. Tops was not created by Sunbringer. Marcel Group was created by Sunbringer, which is kind of assumed to be in Tops, but she didn't create. Tops isn't one company. Tops is a bunch of companies.
Coalition of companies, basically.
Yeah.
They're like creating a pseudo government, so to speak.
Right, which is why they referenced them fighting the literal government this patch. Like they keep saying that the actual Mayflower like government is not friendly with them, with Tops behind the scenes. I was gonna say, did we want to talk about the organ thing?
Oh yeah.
Like the whole organ subplot, because a lot of people seem to be either confused on what the purpose of that was, because technically it's shut down already. They said that Hartman said that in the story, like they're not really doing anything with the organs anymore. The organ thing was apparently, to Hartman, was just charity work to get closer to Edmund. But since that got shut down, they then followed up with the new life insurance thing, which the chat mentions to me. This leads into the Sienna stuff that we saw with Vivian, where she got her first vision, and then Sienna allowed herself to die in the hollow. But do you remember what one of the... Because first of all, let me make it clear, Edmund is in bed with the Exaltists, and so is Edmund. Or sorry, Edmund and Hartman. Okay, two different people. Edmund and Hartman, they're both in bed with the Exaltists. Hartman wants to get closer. Yeah, but Edmund has the forehead crystal.
But they look so similar. Like when I saw the CG.
Yeah, the little image. Yeah. But Hartman wants to get as close to Edmund as possible. So because the organ thing failed, he then started the life insurance thing. Now, back to what I said. Do you remember what one of the qualities of the life insurance thing was for them to get the payout?
Ethereal. You have to die to like some etheric.
Ether aptitude.
Yeah.
The corpse had to be affected by ether.
Oh, so they might take the corpses and then
they're actively collecting corrupted corpses. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, was it that, or was it that they just had to get corrupted by, or they just had to have higher ether aptitude?
They have to have some sort of ether corruption on their body, which is why we had to wait a little bit before we took her body out of the hollow. Because her body had to start having some sort of corruption, and then they were like, okay, let's take the body out.
I
Yeah,
read that
so
differently, but I think yours makes more sense because I thought it was she lied about her ether aptitude so that she could go into a hollow and have a reasonable death. Like they couldn't determine cause of death because ether corruption is basically written off as cause of death.
Oh, and
Yeah.
chat's saying that they had to
I can see.
have a higher aptitude
That
to
makes
begin
more
with
sense.
to get the insurance as well.
Which is it's
Oh, that's
it's
interesting. Okay, so it's both right, but I missed half of this.
Yeah, I didn't remember the higher aptitude part. I thought it was just that they had to be like corrupted from it, but
That's why
um
discussions are good. We remember things different ways.
yes, exactly. Um Sorry, what was I gonna say? I completely forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, but I just think it's interesting
Experimenting?
that now the because like the internet post with the organs, right, was the
Mhm.
charity work.
Mm.
Like the ones that are like, oh, I got like an organ, like whatever. That was Hartman doing like the charity work for it. I do still think that they were collecting organs for themselves, not just the charity thing, because assuming they need flesh, like human DNA, for the sacrifice stuff, because there
Yeah.
was human male
wait.
DNA like found in with the sacrifice thing. It's
Yeah.
the easiest way to get a mass amount of human flesh without being noticed by taking people off the street. Like
Mhm.
it would be much more secure to keep it down low
On the organ thing though,
from that.
I actually there was something. Oh my god, sorry. I just finished the story, so everything is kind of like a melting pot in my brain. But one thing I do
Yeah.
remember seeing was because when Twiggy was mentioning the organs, right? The way I kind of interpreted it was from her perspective, it sounded like she was basically selling the organs to people for money, right? To fund her project, which she was trying to complete. And then later, when I played the main story, at one point, there was like a mention of people in tops or like people who are higher up. I don't know who said it. It was either like Hugo or Hartman or someone, but they did say that, when they were talking about the illegal activities, he mentioned that there were like a lot of people who were higher up or in like whether they were in tops or just like super rich, who were super interested in buying that organ business. So then that made me think that, yeah, like people in tops had a purpose for wanting to collect organs, whether it was because it was a really like messed up hobby or because they were, like you said, collecting organs to, experiment on or do whatever their nefarious schemes are. So at least I kind of felt like it was a direct connection, implying that they did have a purpose for the organs that wasn't just Hartman trying to like do whatever with Twiggy. Because the project itself, he mentioned that it got shut down, right? And there was a disappointment. But at the same time, I don't think he would just do it for the sake of wanting to like do charity or whatever. Because in my head, maybe it's just like the way that I see organ harvesting and donoing in the real world. It doesn't feel like something that is necessarily, okay, if I'm trying to improve my reputation and do charity, I'm going to start an organ donating business. It felt more like something that he was doing on the down low that might have also benefited, people who are also kind of doing these shady things in the tops or organizations that he was involved in. And so then, like, that's why when he mentioned the charity stuff, I actually thought it was something completely different. I thought when he was talking about, like, oh, I need to do more charity work to try to, improve my reputation, I just assumed it was, like, off screen. That was to showcase that his reputation with tops is deteriorating. So he's trying to do all of these things in front of the camera, trying to just prove that, like, oh, look, our family's reputation, we're not actually that bad. We're just trying to like donate to charity or whatever to do these good things. But like,
Yeah. Whenever to confirm it, Chad is saying that it was Hugo doing the raffle thing that mentioned that there were rich collectors that were like going after the organs.
Okay.
But yeah, when he was saying that he was doing it for charity, he did directly mention that he was doing the organ thing as a charity thing to try to get closer to Edmund. But so I do think that still tied in. I do agree with what you're saying that they clearly were doing it for more. And then also, yeah, what Chad is saying. So they were not going, if it was the Exaltist, right? Like the doctor that saved Twiggy and then asked her to start doing the cloning stuff. Yes, they are going after an abundance of like the flesh. They weren't going after the cloning tech like itself. They just wanted to use that to get more organs. Was actually really surprised that they didn't go the path that I thought they were gonna go. I originally thought that the Exaltus wanted the cloning tech to create a bunch of the Anby clones, and then they were gonna use Geppetto to turn all of those clones into Ethereals and then like
Ooh.
control them that way. Especially with the way that they like showed the trailer for the update. But unfortunately, Geppetto was not included at all. Because another thing is there was a line in the trailer that I thought was going to be directly into this main story, which was Anby screaming, "The sacrifice is about to wake up," which never happened. That line is not in the game. That's in either the agent mission or the main story. So I don't know why that line was in the trailer unless it's in part B.
Or
But even if it
Triggers,
is in part
maybe,
B, I
but-
don't know. Maybe in Triggers, but Triggers is a backstory of when
Yeah.
we first met. So I don't think that's it. I don't know. I just think it's weird that it was in part B. Like if it was in part B, why that would be in a trailer here. But I just thought that was like what they were doing with it. But yeah. Did any other topics on this organ thing, or can I segue to another topic?
Well, those are kind of my thoughts on the organ thing.
Josh, I was gonna say we barely.
Josh, do you have anything to say?
Here's the thing. You know, this episode, I'm taking a very, very nice backseat. I'm taking a very nice backseat because, you know, especially when it comes to like the organ lore. Like, I'm like, yeah, I kind of knew like the tip of the iceberg, but like now having Agekk here to like have this like back and forth to be able to like, you know, dissect that iceberg, kind of break down into it a little bit more. I'm just like, yeah, this is really, really cool, you know?
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I don't know too much about that particular lore. And, you know, when we move into a few bits of parts about the rest of, you know, let's say like Hugo's past and stuff like that, I'm not too sure which segue you want to move into next, but I'm kind of just chilling for now.
He's taking notes.
You did, in fact, do the exact segue. Hugo, that handsome, hot ass man.
Oh my god, I was
what
so
are our
abnormal.
thoughts on Hugo and Hugo's story?
I would.
Zenless Zone Zero's auto.
I
for real.
would.
I said that when they did the flashback and they showed his father, because his father had the hair like right over the shoulder, and I was like, oh my god. It's like, is that Otto? But yeah.
It's not Otto, but like it's Zenless's take on him for
Probably
sure.
a reference for sure.
Yeah, it's probably it's
Real
like it's a
quick,
nice little
break it
nod.
down for us.
But he's just as morally questionable. Like,
Yeah, it's
I see,
more
I
like
see.
the morally questionable thing.
Let's
That's like
call it the
the
auto
relation.
archetype.
Yeah,
I'm gonna call it the auto archetype because that's kind of really what it is more than anything else.
Mhm.
The auto archetype is someone who's actually like very clever, very talented, almost to their own detriment, and who gets taken in by a family that either turns abusive or neglectful, and then they
Okay.
end up doing really horrible, questionable things with really good intentions, or at least
Mhm.
like really relatable intentions at the very least. That is the auto archetype to me.
Yeah.
All the boxes are checked.
And
Radicalized
Hugo
ideals.
fits that,
Yeah, what she
Radicalized ideals.
which is the funny part. I just think that's funny, but I don't know where I thought they were gonna go with this character. I thought they might give us someone who was more playful, more carefree, and maybe more I thought we'd get someone who was a bit more of a contrast to Lycon's straight-laced,
Mm.
uppity nature, you know?
Uh-huh.
The hippie in the square. How I thought that was gonna go down. And ended up being more of a moralistic debate where both of them are
Yeah.
equally unhinged in very different ways.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
I'm still here for. It just wasn't quite where I thought they were going with it, but I like it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
really love the dynamic between him and Lycon. Like,
Same.
again, like you said, they should have had a prompt to like play Lycon's agent story first, because then you get a little bit of like
Context.
backstory of what their dynamic like should be. But seeing that, like having that context for so long since day one, like since the launch of the game, and then finally being able to see them like interact again. And the first like fights like sequence that they had, oh my
that was
god,
so
it was so good. I love how Hugo is written. Mushroom, I cannot give you attention right now. I'm so sorry. I love the way Hugo is written, and I do. Obviously, we're not done with Hugo. I think we can all agree Hugo's clearly not dead.
He's not dead.
Yeah.
He's not dead.
Yeah,
He's gonna be
literally
here for at
announced
least one more
as
patch.
playable.
Yeah.
yeah.
At least one more
exactly.
patch.
Okay, so maybe this is a good question. Well, actually, you know what? I'll save my question. I'll let you keep going on the train of thought.
I think I know what your question was going to be.
Let's
but
see. Let's see if you know what my question's gonna be.
were we going to ask what our ideas were on how Hugo lived?
No, but not completely
okay.
unrelated.
Okay.
Was it going to be a question on how we feel about characters permanently dying, maybe, or the consequences?
Nope. I was
Oh,
gonna
never
ask,
mind.
what do you think Hugo's actual plan is?
Oh.
Okay.
We all
I mean,
agree he's not dead.
Mhm.
Then
Yeah,
the
yeah,
whole thing is obviously staged, right? But the question
Yeah.
is, which parts are staged, which parts are real, and
And what
is
purpose
he
does it
actually
serve?
planning to accomplish with his death and his layers of lies?
Yeah, because there is an unbelievable amount of like layers to Hugo as a character and what his plan is. Because it is literally just lies and deceit over and over and over again. I do think it was planned. It's a great question of what is real and what isn't. The reason why I think it's a lot harder to tell what's real and what isn't in this is due to the fact that there were multiple instances in this story where we played things that happened in the past. Like we played as Hugo and then did things that he had already done, like by the time that we got to certain points in the story, which means that they're saying there are things happening in the background without you knowing. And then I do want to point out we were the last ones to show up right before the mission, which means that they all could have discussed a plan without us knowing what it is. Because I do still think it's unbelievably uncharacteristic of Anby to have let Hartman go.
Oh, true.
Right.
Because even if she was paying attention to all of the stuff with Proxy, right?
Picked up the core, picked up the everything, and just walked off.
Yeah.
It's not even a thing of like I know, chat, you're gonna say exactly what my chat was saying, that it's gonna be what Vivian said. They were worried about the proxy. But the thing is, there has only been one person who could sneak up or sneak out like anything from Anby, and that was Rena. And in the art, Hartman was not like off to the side, like not in her vision. He was directly in front of her. Direct, like she was dead ass looking at the man as the sacrifice core fell down. So either Hugo let them know that odds are that's not the real sacrifice core, and they want to let him take it and try to take it to Edmund, and then when Edmund realizes it's a false core, he'll punish Hartman. But the reason why it's like, okay, well, why would he do that when he wants to go after Hartman himself? The only other thing that I could think of is that he's trying to kill two birds with one stone right now. Because if he does that, then technically Hartman is still going to get punished. And with how I think he's going to live, it's going to let him keep his promise to Vivian. I do think it's really interesting that they mentioned Hugo's promise to Vivian on the rooftop, like right before all of this happened, which was the fact that he was going to look into the Exaltists. Agekk, did you read what my idea was in your server when I posted it?
No.
Okay, so I think that they intentionally made it very, very clear during the Bringer audio that he had fatal wounds and then was contacted by the creator and was healed and walked out of the hollow unscathed.
Yeah.
I do think Hugo's plan was to take a fatal wound and fall into the hollow,
Oh,
and then will be reached out by the creator and can basically infiltrate the Exaltist
wait.
that way,
Oh my god.
and then get info for Vivian on what the Exaltists are doing, while also still getting information about what Tops wants because they're in bed with the Exaltists. So that would save him from his wound, let him complete Vivian's promise, and the only thing they have like listed directly as a god in this game is the creator. They referenced him as a god. Right before we did that, Hugo had his little interaction with us where he talked about the story of like at the beginning, how it was children of the devils. And then he was like, but I found another one. They were actually children of the gods.
The gods.
So like if he's now trying to become like a child of the
Oh my god.
of the god, then like I think that would be super sick. My only worry is, does he have the mental fortitude to not like lose track of his goal with whatever the creator does? Because Bringer was like immediately, I don't want to say brainwashed, but like he was immediately head over heels. So Hugo would have to have some sort of idea as to not like completely get converted.
Yeah. Oh my god. Sorry. When you said that, my mind was completely blown. Because when I was thinking of ways in which Hugo would have survived that, because obviously I'm so certain he's going to beat it in 1.7, which means he has to survive somehow, right? So I was also thinking how, because before we've seen when people jump off of cliffs in Zenless Zone Zero, fissures open up, okay? They always open up. Right. It's very convenient. So I assumed that he was going to fall into a fissure, and then that it would also get tied back to how from Bringer's audio that we listened to before, yes, he got immediately healed and then joined the cult. I did not make the connection that he could have been doing that on purpose to connect with the creator himself. Because another thing too, right, that was very significant about this story, I feel, was the way that they presented the kind of last act of it. They very deliberately split up the characters into 3 groups, right? So you mentioned that if this was a plan that was planned beforehand, and yes, at the beginning we could have shown up. I feel like for me, the way I kind of interpret it is I feel like Vivian's feelings throughout the entire thing felt really genuine. Like she felt genuinely betrayed, really hurt. So I feel like if anything, Vivian might not have been in on the plan. However,
yeah, I don't think she was either.
Yeah, but then the thing is, right, you have the Proxy and Vivian, who are 2 characters who were together when they were doing their own, to find their own like console. And then you had Anby, who was by herself. And then you also had Hugo and Lycon, who were together. And then the fact that they were all split up, because they mentioned that, you know, Vivian and Proxy showed up first. We finished our task first when Vivian mentioned that, oh yeah, because we're just such a good duo. So, you know, we finished first and we were waiting here for everyone else, right? What's to say that maybe Anby or Lycon and Hugo, because they spent so much time separate, they could have possibly met up and then discussed Hugo's plan, especially given how they were kind of showcasing the Lycon Hugo dynamic so much and how they kept bickering. One of my chatters mentioned after I finished it that, yeah, they did spend a lot of time together. And then Lycon specifically said, oh, I did stab through his heart. And
yeah,
it is a little bit suspicious, right? For him to confirm so blatantly that, yeah, okay, he's dead. He's dead when we as a player clearly know that he's not. And I feel like unless Lycon was just really determined that he killed him, which obviously is not necessarily the case if he's going to survive in the future story, there is definitely a possibility that throughout the split perspective area, there's a lot of room for them to set up things that we do not see, especially given the way that they narrated the story, this patch as a whole, where, like you said, we kind of go between the present and the past, and then we learn things later. And even just as a like story writer, it is a very subtle way to imply to the player that, okay, you think that you know what's going on. However, I'm going to show you that there are things behind the scenes that are not as they appear. And then now we're gonna like kind of trick you into thinking something here when you clearly know something is up, right? They even said that at the end that, oh, it seems like Hugo has a plan, but like we don't know what, but he's supposed to be dead, right? So how is he supposed to enact his plan if he's dead? But then when we're bringing it back to the whole, bringer creator thing, it's just, I found it really interesting how they decided to show us the split perspective, even though when playing the split perspective, it was, obviously with the puzzles and then the combat and stuff, it did feel a little disjointed because we kind of just go do the same thing from 3 perspectives with, slightly different dynamic, especially with Anby's, right? Anby's, we literally just go fight some monsters and then we go back to a different perspective, right? So what's the point of splitting up Anby from everyone, but having her still be involved with this story? And then also at the end, like you said, have her kind of uncharacteristically miss the fact that Hartman was able to escape with the core. And also, who's to say that the core that got dropped was the real core, right? It is just a crystal. It looks like a crystal.
I don't
it could have been fake. It
think
could have
that
been
was the real
replaced.
core. Yeah. Which I think that the whole core thing is going to tie into the necklace that Vivian gave us. Because when Vivian gave us the necklace, right before that, Hugo mentioned he has the core.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was like, but I'm not going to like do anything unless you agree to work with us. The moment we agree to work with him, Vivian then gives us the necklace. And then I think directly after that, we go into this situation where Hugo's like, oh, I've already hidden, when he was talking with Hartman, he's like, I hid the sacrifice core.
Mm-hmm.
The only person who knows where it is me. But like, I think that probably is like with the necklace thing. But I don't know. But there was a couple,
oh, wait, sorry. Can I say one thing before?
About.
Can I say one thing before you
go.
In the end scene, because I literally just played it, Hugo at he tells Vivian and implies that Vivian pickpocketed that core that we see at the end from him because he says give it back, doesn't he? So at that point, yeah, like firstly, it's because I felt like it was implied that, oh my God, so Vivian, even though she felt so betrayed, her instincts and her, I guess, competencies still caused her to be like, okay, if Hugo is really so far off the deep end, I need to prevent him from doing this by stealing the core from him, using the methods that he has taught me. So then at the end, when, Hugo says, oh, you should give me back the core because I've caught onto your methods, I thought it was like, well, a really kind of wholesome but tragic moment because, he taught her so much in Mockingbird and then it kind of like, came to a head with their conflict. But then now that you mentioned Vivian's necklace as well, because they do also very specifically say in the description of the necklace that the necklace is hollow.
Yeah.
So then in my head, I was like, okay, it kind of seems like a capsule for something. What's inside the capsule?
Yeah.
Why are you randomly giving us a necklace? Especially given in Anby's story, this could be completely unrelated, but you know how Nekomata gives Anby the doll and we think that it's just supposed to be this wholesome thing and then Nekomata was actually using it to monitor Anby because she wanted to keep an eye on her and make sure that she didn't go missing again. I just feel like there's so many parallels that they have to be significant, right? If they're writing this story and Anby's story and the main story for this quest are very clearly meant to be understood alongside each other, there is no way, well, firstly, that necklace for even just, as an item obviously has significance. They haven't told us its significance yet. We know that throughout this entire story, the main thing that we are trying to follow is that core. And then at the end, we just happen to drop it on the ground. Is it even the real core? We have a necklace here. It's like there's just so many things. It has to add up eventually.
Another
So
option
one other thing about the Otto archetype is that he's quite fond of magic tricks,
Oh,
which means sleight of hand.
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, and with his coins, right? He's using his coins so much to.
He does use the
Yeah,
coins
he's
a lot,
very
too.
adept with his
Distract.
coins. Very adept with those coins. But I 100% believe that core is not real. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually gave it, like, the real one to Anby.
Oh.
And that's why Anby didn't go after
yeah,
anybody.
That's why she let it go. Yeah, because it's not just the fact that like she let him go, because he was actively the one who did the stuff with Twiggy, right? Like he was the one. Like she knows that. He even mentioned it. He mentioned like she knows who that guy is. So why would she
here's
let
the
him go
thing.
unless she was in on the
There's
plan?
two reasons why she would let him go. One is if he's not the source of the problem. If
Mhm.
he's just an agent of the problem, right? Like
Uh-huh.
he could
Right.
be a high-ranking official, but he might not be the boss. So she might
Right.
be someone who's just like, you know what? I need to take out the boss. So I can't take out this guy yet. I need to figure out who his boss is, so he has to live.
Mm.
But, you know, Anby does have that cold, calculated sort of mentality.
Yeah.
So I think that's perfectly within her, within character for her,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. I agree with
Um,
that.
so I want to, if I can, you know how the Exaltists abducted Carol?
Mhm.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So you know how they were talking about Hugo's talking about the movie with the children of the devils, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I didn't think about Creator refine me as the children of the or of gods or anything. I actually thought about him asking for that movie as it pertained to Faithin because it's children of the devil or
Yeah.
devils.
Yeah.
And that would be Carol, who has been accused of doing a bad thing. And then he turns around and goes, hey, it's actually children of the gods. So if you think about it, he
Faith and
could be
revive me.
referring to the fact
To
that Carol
us.
is either the god or is working with the god or that
Yeah.
Carol isn't a devil. So I
Oh.
think that's something to keep in mind.
Yes, and I do have that kept in mind because I have multiple like ideas of how it's gonna go, and I said it in your server too. I did think that originally he was talking about the siblings in that situation, which that if he was talking about us and like us being the children of the gods, it matches Vivian's like I don't know the way that they did Vivian's thing with the sibling and the wings.
Mhm.
But that art
Icarus.
in general, that art was so peak. Like it was
Mhm.
so beautifully done. And so yeah, I can absolutely see it going that way too. Like 100%.
Could be a double entendre because they really love to do that. Also, um, speaking of, you know how that whole thing about Billy buying the wrong or like a busted air intake ended up being like a plot point
Yeah.
when we were rescuing Rain?
Yeah.
I've been
Hold on because I think I just give you the
Uh-uh.
airship when Perlman opened up the case and
Mhm.
everyone like passed out except Billy because he
Oh,
bought
yeah.
an air take thing off the black market and
Yeah,
that
it
like
was
saved
just
him.
like mentioned in random in passing, and everyone's just passing it off as a comedic moment. It ended up being like actually a critical piece of information. Um,
Right.
so I have been sitting here wondering about why Hugo was talking about him being hypoglycemic and therefore not a vampire.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause there's two things about vampires, right? One, they're often associated with wine because they're supposed to be like elegant. They drink blood from a wine glass, if not straight from the neck, kind of thing.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And also, you drink wine in place of blood when you do, the blood and body of Christ kind of thing, right?
Mm.
Whole ritualistic
Mm-hmm.
sort of thing. So wine and blood tend to be pretty similar. Um, Wine is fairly high in sugar, and he keeps saying that he's hypoglycemic.
Oh, but he drank the wine with Hartman.
Yeah.
He drank wine with Hartman, and I'm also thinking
True.
about, well, one of the detriments to hypoglycemia is it can make you really dizzy, it can make you pass out, and those are similar sorts of symptoms to blood loss.
Oh.
And
Mhm.
also, vampires are undead. So if
Uh-huh.
there are no vampires in New Eridu, maybe there are just no vampires in New Eridu yet. Because if you're right and he wants to take a near fatal wound and then see if someone will heal him, which is a huge gamble,
Yeah.
You turn into.
it would make him an undead at that point.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So
Oh.
he would literally be a vampire at that point, except for actually drinking blood.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
Oh.
Also, the way that
I
they
don't know if
describe the
that's how
blood
they're gonna
too,
do
or
it.
the wine.
I don't know if that's how they're gonna do it or anything, but like it's just the fact that some of these really random things stick out at me just because of the way
Mhm.
that they sort of frame them, and that's one of them. And I don't know if that's the way it's gonna play out, but it think it's gonna be important somehow, and I don't know why or how.
I do think that Zenless Zone Zero is very deliberate in the way they describe things a lot of the time. Like you said, you know, that intake thing, it just seemed like a one-off goofy moment, but then it turned out to be really significant. And then they were very specific in the way they described the liquid he was drinking with Hartman. At the time, I kind of thought it was just, okay, are they teasing that, oh, is he a vampire? Is he not? Is he drinking wine or is he not? Kind of thing. That I was maybe fan service. But mentioning the hypoglycemia and then, you know, the relationship with sugar, wine, and all these things. And then also him supposedly, like you said, dying from blood loss at the end too. There's too many threads that I can't connect them. I don't have the brain power to connect them. But I think, like, for your points that you guys are bringing up,
either.
yeah, it's just, I think.
But it's like,
it's
just the way that they do this. There's a little bit of a niggling in the back of my brain that's like, this is relevant. It's vibe-based relevancy, but it's
it has to be.
I'm just curious as how, you know, Hugo, why he'd be taking this huge gamble, because it's not really confirmed, right? How Bringer was, quote unquote, chosen to be saved by, you know, saved in the hollow there. So that's I guess that kind of segues into like what we would expect in story part B. What is that bridging story point of how Hugo gets saved and how he gets turned into, you know, a revived, you know, maybe, you know, it becomes a pseudo sacrifice or something, XYZ. So very, yeah.
I mean,
that's you know,
one of the questions I wanted to ask, because I haven't played the arpeggio or like the new game mode with the new boss yet, but obviously we know the boss's mechanic is that it's an ethereal that kind of can puppeteer other ethereals, right? Have you played the new event yet? Do you know the lore stuff for it, Ashikai? I know Az has, but
yep.
Okay. Do you think that will be?
I'm just gonna do I'm gonna spend a whole day just doing Zenless stuff, so I just did everything.
Nice. But yeah, I wanted to ask, do you think that maybe there is any significance in them releasing that boss with this patch specifically, and maybe how that could possibly tie into the future of the story in part B? Because, like, in terms of Nineveh, right? Nineveh obviously has been a boss for like very long, but how relevant are these like side bosses to the main story, I guess, is my question for the most part.
They will be majorly relevant, but I think right now what they're setting the Lost Void up for is stuff down the line.
Okay.
Yeah,
which I'll let Ashley go into this a little bit, but the stuff that we saw,
I think we're on the same page.
Okay, yeah, the stuff that we got from this Lost Void was actually really huge, like in the grand scheme of things, but it didn't necessarily connect in with what the main story was, like, at all. Besides the fact, are you okay if I mention something in it?
I'm fine with it.
Chat, I'm gonna mention something from Lost Void, so if you don't want to hear it, just mute for a second.
This
whole episode
conversation, we've talked so much.
You know what? Wait. Before we continue, this is for you, Josh, when you edit this later. A huge disclaimer to anyone listening to this podcast is that in this podcast,
in the beginning.
In the podcast, this particular episode, we will be talking about lore and story and spoilers for, let's just say, the entirety of the 1.6 patch, including the main story, Lost Void, all of the lore tidbits. So that is your spoiler warning. If you guys haven't played it yet and want to play it yourself, then we recommend you go play it and then come back and listen to our theorizing.
Lost Void, before you get into it, for me, Lost Void, in my experience, and half of everybody's experience, is that we just go in the Lost Void, we log in, get our Z merits, and then do the lawnmower thing with Cord, and then we laugh, and then we're out of there. So like if you could preface, like, where was this particular piece of lore that you're going to get into? Like, where could we find it, or how do we find it? And then
Yeah,
go
so
from there.
whenever you go to the Lost Void, there's 3, or I think now there's 4 tabs that are there, but there is one that's directly listed as story. And there are like direct Lost Void story things
Mhm.
that you can go through. Originally, when Lost Void first came out, it was with Ray going in and kind of behind the back of the White Star Institute, hacking into their database and getting information on Ethereals because she wanted to do research. That is where she first started getting information about Geppetto. And then we started doing like our own little like research into what Geppetto is. And at the end of that, she kind of got a slap on the wrist. She had to write a report because the White Star Institute saw that she like went into data that she shouldn't have. But in the original Lost Void, there were a couple huge lore mentions. One being that in the Lost Void, there is energy that is representative of the Dark Wall. And Miyabi said that she can no longer participate in the investigation because anything regarding the Dark Wall needs to be reported to the Void Hunters. So she then left the investigation there. So we know that there's something with the Dark Wall in the Lost Void, which is huge. And then another huge thing during that first part is that Ray mentioned that all the data about the original Void Hunters was completely locked. She was not allowed to go through anything of the original Void Hunters. And in this one, we again go into the Lost Void and we go a little bit deeper, and this time we actually get to fight Geppetto. But during the after we like defeat Geppetto, or no, it's right before we fight Geppetto, actually, I think. A voice from high up in the White Star Institute contacts Ray, and we have like a little conversation. And basically, we learn that now the White Star Institute knows that we are like one of the child of the guilty, children of the guilty.
Sinners.
Whatever. They know we were with Helios. And they, instead of being like, hey, you need to like stop everything, they're like, don't go super far. Like, stop going, like, don't go further than right here, and we'll give you information you want to know. But first of all, just know that we respect you. I want to say, like, it was very specific that they said that they know, like, they're like, we just found out who you are. We want you to know that we respect you, and here's some information. And then gives us a quote saying, Ashkai, if you can remember exactly what the quote is.
No.
I do want to preface, it wasn't just her saying it. The person that's talking is saying it from a quote, like from someone else. But the quote itself is basically, what if these higher ethereals, or not what if, the higher up ethereals are made by people. Meaning symbiotic ethereals, Nineveh, Geppetto, Lerna, they're made by people. They were not a normal, like, hollow ethereal upgrade. They were like people experimented. They were created by man.
Damn humans.
I know, damn humans. But yeah, anyway, the Dark Wall is mentioned again, but they say that we're gonna put it on hold, which really, really hurt my heart. I really want to know what the fuck the Dark Wall is, like, really, really bad. So I'm hoping we go into that in like the next Lost Void thing. But yeah, so you can see now the White Star Institute like knows who we are. And everything that they gave us, it's very, very lore heavy. Like, it will be very important to the lore. It's just not really directly tied into like what this stuff is.
Okay.
And then Ashkai, if you have anything else to add.
Yeah, this kind of feels like tangential storytelling to me, in the sense of
my
like,
camera
I
froze.
feel like there's like a core issue that we're working towards, and then we're coming at it from like a left angle, and then the Lost Void sort of comes in it from the right angle, and at some point those two lines are going to converge. But we only know that it's like a vague convergence points around these evolutions of ethereals. Like that's kind of the concept that we're sort of converging around of, like what led to them, when did they pop up, all that kind of stuff. And we're sort of seeing it from the perspective of the researchers at the institutes and the defense force and all that other kind of stuff. And then we're also seeing it from like the civilian side of things, which is the faith inside.
Mm.
The that so like they'll cross over eventually. So I do agree that like there's a reason why they release them like this. But I don't think Geppetto has anything to do with this exact storyline. I do think there is logic to be had if you look at Nineveh starting as like sort of a hive, so to
Mm.
speak, like a symbiotic ethereal, which is unusual, and then moving to a forced symbiotic ethereal, almost like
Oh.
a parasitic ethereal, right? Like so we went so Nineveh has all of these little things that swarm around her. She's basically like a queen bee with a lot of other little bees, right?
Yeah.
But Geppetto is almost like a parasite. And I keep thinking about like cordyceps
Yeah.
Mm.
because those kind of plant themselves in the brains of ants and hornets and things like that and can pilot those. But fungi also form these really powerful networks. And the cordyceps that get plant themselves inside of these insects don't technically do that. But I think about the strings and I think about the mycelial network. And I'm just kind of like, I'm looking at the difference between like a parasite that's, taking advantage of external bodies versus a hive, which is sort of like,
a system within
working in
itself.
harmony with them.
Yeah.
So they're two different ideas, but they're two different iterations of a similar thing. Lots of little things sort of working together to become a bigger thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I kind of touch on that?
Yeah.
You
Go
don't need my
ahead.
Never.
permission.
No.
No, how dare
me.
you speak, peasant?
I disintegrate. I was thinking about it all day at work because I literally just played the Lost Void yesterday. And I do want to make it clear that while Geppetto is like the puppet, if you do notice when you defeat Geppetto, there's strings attached to Geppetto. So Geppetto is also, they also
I
say
guess
he
I
was the
didn't say
puppet
that.
master who has turned into the puppet of the Hollow. And with her kind of like whoever this White Star Institute person is, insinuating that the those symbiotic ethereals were created by like people. I was thinking, what if it was their experiment to try and create the it kind of goes in with what we were talking about with Haramasa, Ashkai, how like Haramasa originally we were thinking was like the antithesis of the sacrifice. Like the opposite side. And then I think they were trying to do that, but with the creator. Like they're kind of like they were trying to create their own sort of creator to fight the creator in the grand scheme of things. But they couldn't control each symbiotic ethereal. Every time that they tried to make one, they just like couldn't control it.
Here's a question along
yeah.
that line. Do you think the creator is human?
Yeah, I don't know. See, this is something I've always thought about, but I don't know. I can never confirm or deny. Because the thing is the creator is extremely ancient. Right? But we know do I?
Well, he's either ancient or there's time warpy shenanigans.
Or there's time warpy shenanigans. That is also an option. That is true. That is true. I know. I also hate that this is an option because every single time people are like, the Void Hunters are going to be playable. I'm like, no. And then like, but time travel. And I'm like, okay.
Valid. Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I don't know. Because again, yeah, time shenanigans is a thing. We see in Miyabi's like demo all of her ancestors like also fighting the hand, right? Like they're actively like each descendant of the Hoshimi family has like gone against it. Well, not each one, because
Mhm.
apparently it skips, but you know what I mean. Don't catch that technicality. Like I'm trying to. Okay, what was my original idea? We know that Ethereals were not originally there when Hollow started, right?
Mhm.
No.
Mhm.
No, as in
No,
we don't know
maybe.
that, or no, as in
I mean, if we knew that, I didn't know that.
yeah.
Oh.
So we did know that. It's in that interview that I sent you where they talked about how Hollows were the aftermath of a war.
Yeah, but that
They
doesn't mean
also
Ethereals weren't there.
no. They mention Ethereals were like an evolution of the Hollows. They say that when
Yeah.
Hollows first started, Ethereals weren't a thing.
No, but that makes sense.
Okay.
Well, because think about what an ethereal is for a second.
No. No, I get it. I'm not disagreeing with you because it does need like sentient life to happen.
No, it doesn't.
Organic
It doesn't.
life
No, it
to
just
become
needs enough
corrupted.
ether. But not
Oh, my camera
everything
froze
is
again.
something that's been corrupted, though.
Hmm.
Because you can have just etheric matter, right?
Okay.
If you can have etheric matter, you could theoretically make an entire life form that's just purely ether. It just needs enough time to kind of coagulate together to like form something.
Intelligent
Right,
constructs
right.
can be corrupted too, is what chat's saying.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
like
but that's with.
so this is kind of what I'm getting at though. See, the way I see it, the fact that we're calling it void, the fact that we're calling it ether, if you look at what the source material for the hollows is actually based off of,
Mhm.
it's based I'm pretty sure it's based off of the Kongdong. I'm going to say
Okay.
that wrong. Hold on. I'll bring it up. I'll tell you why Kunlun is also known as no, not Kunlun. Shoot. I'm gonna find it. Um. Oops. Uh,
Oh my god, when,
oh dear.
while you find it, do you
I have
mind
to
if
go
I...
into a different way. I'm gonna keep going on this. Okay.
Okay.
It's based off of this this sort of primordial beast, which is sort of like a primordial chaos that begins the beginning of time, which basically just means that the hollows in general and ether in general is supposed to be something like sort of like source material. And source material in a way is just data.
Mm.
Mhm.
And if you think about it, if you were to explode something into all of its little atomic bits, but also keep those bits contained within something like a bubble, then those bits would eventually reform into something.
And then that's kind of
Right?
like what the
Okay.
hollows are. They're like the bubble
That's
that contains
kind of
the
how I
bits.
see hollows. Yeah. So it doesn't really matter if the sentient life or whatever is an AI or if it's organic life. I think organic life is easier to corrupt because it's less stable because it's always in flux.
Mm.
Mhm.
And I think that sentient life forms have a harder time processing data that comes into their brains or whatever their processing modules are.
Mhm.
And that kind of stuff. So if you think about ether and you go in there and there's no organic life in there, I think ethereals can still form. I think it's just easier for them to form around something else, like a scaffolding.
Mm.
It's kind of like, I don't know if you guys do any like chocolate work or sugar work or anything like that. You probably don't.
No.
No, but I know what you're about to say because I like watching cooking videos.
Well, so one of the most important things in sugar work is to make sure that when you're melting the sugar, that you always brush down the sides of the pan. And the reason is you can't have any sort of crystal inside the liquid sugar, or else the sugar will begin to crystallize because the crystal sort of serves as a seed of sorts.
Okay.
And that seed will allow for scaffolding for all of these other little sugar molecules to like build onto. And that's how you get like really gritty frostings and chocolates and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
So if you've ever had like caramel even that's not like super milky smooth, it's been like a little sandy or gritty. That's because they didn't wipe down the sides of the pan and they've left all those crystals there. So I think of organic matter going into a hollow as like a seed crystal. And it's a lot easier for the random ether data to sort of like, attach itself and then build on and then like sort of get in and alter the structure of things. Whereas otherwise, it's more like by random chance that it would sort of naturally form.
Okay. Yeah, I fuck with that. So
That's
my
kind of how I was seeing the initial thing. And that's why I'm just kind of like, oh yeah, well, obviously there wouldn't have been ethers or ethereals in the beginning, but I don't
Right, 'cause it needed
necessarily think
time.
that there were hollows and then ethereals were made from the hollows by like an external force. I think they were a natural evolution of the hollow because over time data will naturally begin to order itself into something a little bit more, you know,
Okay.
Orderful.
Yeah, I can see that. So
Structured.
then are you saying I have two questions
long
actually.
segue.
So the first one is saying so you think that the creator is not a corrupted human?
Say that.
No. So you do think it's what's your idea on the creator? Because now that you say that, like if there is a chance that like it had just had enough time to kind of like collect. I'm not saying that the ether itself gains sentience, but you know how we can read ether data?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's what I always say it wrong. Milanoe? How do you actually say it?
Melanoe.
Illinois.
Yeah.
Is it? I keep getting
Yeah.
I keep getting told no. Like that's not the anyway, whatever. In that, we read ether data. Like we're able to restore some of the like land by correcting the data inside of the ether.
Yeah.
So if we can do that, then what's to say that like super advanced, like either that's been sitting there for so long, since we're going into the whole data thing, that they can like read our data.
Okay. So there's a few different schools of thought here, and I don't really know which one I think is more probable, but I'll give you a couple of possibilities. So we know the hollows were created via a war.
Mhm.
It's very possible that the god is just someone who survived inside of a hollow, either through a freak accident or through intentional manipulation of their own body,
Mhm.
and that they are a human that's been augmented over time.
Mhm.
But it's also equally possible that it is Helios himself.
You mean RK? Professor RK?
I don't know why I always
Oh.
call him Helios. Yes, Professor Archie.
Yeah, yeah.
Professor Archie. Yeah. Yeah. I lost my train of thought.
That Professor
RK.
RK is like are you saying that Professor RK is potentially the creator? Is that what you're saying?
Well, that is a possibility. But I also wondered if, the hollows being made from a war, if there was someone who was trying to achieve a status of a god, by blowing up pieces of the world and then seeing if they could rearrange the bits to shape the world in their image. I wonder then if the reason the White Star Institute respects the Helios Institute is because they may have been trying to fight fire with fire. So if there's a god out there, perhaps they need something at a god level to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And I almost wonder if symbiotes were like a way of them trying to figure out how to either build their own god, kind of like a Build-A-Bear studio,
Uh-huh.
through different methodologies. And if they could eventually like find a way to, in Geppetto's case, right, control the god that's in there, maybe
Mhm.
through the hollow itself. But I mean,
Okay,
no
yeah,
matter how I
so kind of
slice,
similar
like
to what I
none
was
of the
saying
things
before.
like, yeah, none of the things like truly make sense though.
Okay.
If you really
Yeah.
sit down and think about them, like either we don't have enough information for it, or like I just don't get the motivation.
Yeah, because I think, well, no, it doesn't really tie into the second half of what you were saying there, because the second half of what you were saying ties into what I was saying, that they were trying to, the symbiotic Ethereals are them trying to create their own god to, like, counteract, like, the creator.
Yeah.
But the first half, that's assuming that they knew that hollows were gonna, like, or I guess, what was the we're kind of assuming that they had a really, really good understanding of what ether energy could do, because obviously I'm assuming they use ether weapons, right? I'm thinking, like, when they say that like, literally the old civilization fell because of this war,
So,
I'm
okay.
thinking ether, like, nukes. But, like, how
Yeah,
how
actually,
far
yeah.
was their intelligence? Because it goes with radiation, right? Ether is very much like radiation, so it fits with, like, nuclear weapons. But what was their knowledge, the extent of their knowledge on ether? If that was what they were trying to do, was to blow up parts of the world and restructure it, did they really know how to do that? Because I feel, I mean,
No,
I guess,
I'm saying that's kind of what. So I was thinking that the god in question would have been a scientist who looked at this technology and been like, "You're all dumb. This is not how this technology should be used. You could rebuild an entire world with this. Why would you use it as a weapon?"
oh, okay,
Um, that was more what I was going for. I don't think I conveyed that very well.
I see what you're saying.
There's someone in my server who is very, very, very much into this theory that um, hollows were created by pursuing faster than light technology.
Okay.
Oh.
And I find that interesting for a lot of reasons, but mostly because, like, in the Hoyo verse, when we talk about light based energy, we're usually talking about some sort of, um, you know, physical energy that makes up the world. And then there's like a primordial chaotic force that sort of counterbalances it. So when I look at it that way, I'm just kind of like, this kind of makes sense to me. But if you assume faster than light technology could have been like some sort of laser cannon, or even just like a method of movement, creating portals in which you could pop in and out, or even just trap people in, that kind of stuff, by accelerating something to its state where it's faster.
Oh, I
Especially if
think
you
you
think
cut
of
off.
it as, like you said, atomic bombs.
Yeah.
Because I lost my train of thought. It just went. It's no more. It doesn't exist
It's no
anymore.
more.
There was something about atomic bombs that I latched onto, and now I've completely forgotten what it was. Oh, right. The atomic bomb is you could think of it as like them trying to blitz something down to its like actual atomic structure, right?
Mhm.
So if you were to build an atomic bomb, you're trying to work with forces that interact on a smaller and smaller and smaller level. Like if you build a regular bomb, it's like blowing up regular things, and what actually causes the damage is like the heat energy release, but also just a lot of shrapnel, which is like just big shards of whatever happens to be around. So it's breaking things apart, and then atomic bombs kind of do that on a much
On a
more
deeper
atomic level, a smaller
Yeah.
level. But if you can go even smaller than an atom, would you end up with something like an etheric bomb? You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, could you blow up something so badly that it's like you even ruined its atomic structure
Okay.
and left it with nothing but data? Like that was more the thought process, and I thought it might work with like if someone was investigating faster than light technology, ended up stumbling on this area of physics.
Well, the faster than light technology thing is super interesting to me, because that is how we restructured stuff in the Milanoe. Like we used
Right, that's
light
going with
rays
it.
to restructure. Yeah.
Like,
We actively used
I
light rays to
derailed
restructure it.
I derailed myself. Okay, yeah, that's where I was. Yeah, right. It's fine.
Yeah, you're good. I know. There's I know.
That one, yeah. No, but that sort of fits in with like Hoyo versus MO, right? Because light is usually associated with their ordered physical world, and then the chaotic matter is usually like very much disordered and darkness and that kind of stuff. So it's on brand thematically.
Yeah.
And if I may, I don't know if any of you play Star Rail.
I do.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I have
I'm a
not.
tourist.
I haven't done the new. I haven't done I haven't played since the banana thing.
Okay,
I
that's
haven't done
valid.
Okay. There's one thing in Amphorius that drives me crazy.
Which
and
one
that
is
that
it?
they have this thing that came from beyond the sky and all that kind of stuff called the Black Tide.
Oh,
And it is literally
yeah.
like digital corruption. Like if you look at it, it's literally digital corruption.
Mhm.
But and I would not have connected this to Zenless Zone Zero at all. And in fact, I've sort of been told not to. But that's okay. But
Let us hear it.
some of the monsters that come out of the Black Tide are
Oh,
Yeah, they look really
yes!
similar.
Okay, that's the Black Tide. I didn't know that. I've heard of the Black Tide,
That's
but
the
I
Black
saw
Tide.
images of that. Yeah.
that drives me freaking crazy because
I
the
know,
Black
it drove
Tide
me
is
crazy
also
too.
dealt with in the exact same way as a hollow is. You can
Is it really?
basically you can disperse the Black Tide by
Mhm.
defeating all of the monsters that it spawns.
Wow,
But
hate that.
also, I know, I do too. But also, the Black Tide corrupts things just like a hollow does, and it sort of hollows them out and turns them into those things. And I'm just like, I hate you so much right now.
Yeah, that really
Again,
sucks.
I am-
Knowing that they
I'm
said that
not
they didn't
trying.
want to connect the two games, and then
They're not,
everyone in the
they're not,
community
they're
like
not.
wanting to connect them, and then seeing the Ethereal looking at me in Star Rail, I was like, oh my god,
Yeah.
they're gonna think it's connected again.
It's not. They're doing a thematic parallel,
Mhm.
Yeah.
but there's still a lot of things that you can learn from the thematic parallels, right?
Yes, that's how a
even if
lot
you
of theories happen in Genshin from
Yeah.
HO3.
Yeah. Exactly. So to me, it's that's kind of how I'm also sort of thinking about it because, like, yeah, the Black Tide is basically corrupted data.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
It just makes me think of the friggin' It just makes me think of hollows.
I do think they I mean it's not just light rays. I think the ether is very sensitive to I think just like energy waves in general. Like that seems to be how a lot of it is
It might just-
manipulated. Like sound
Yeah.
waves, like the
Mhm.
music thing. That manipulates it as well. We know light rays does it as well. We don't know what I want to know is how they changed because we confirmed it. Ashikai, you found the YouTube post. They have not said it in game, but on the goddamn debrief of Bringer, they confirmed that he's actively using a separate, like modified type of ether. Like that
Oh.
red
Yeah,
domain
that's right.
expansion he had.
Yeah.
So the
Mm.
Exaltists and them have found a way to sort of either enhance
about that.
or alternate the like course of the ether to act in a different way. Which actually kind of I was thinking about it. I need to go back and look exactly how they said it, but during Anby's agent story, I think it was Twiggy who mentioned it. She was like, I could have been a researcher researching the 3 different ways of ether waves or something like that. I don't remember exactly what she said, but I was like, wait, what do you mean by that? I was like, what do you mean 3 different ether waves? I was like, so I don't know what that was insinuating, but we know there is more than just normal ether. There's that normal like purple ether. There's the weird red ether, which by the way, I still think ties into our eyes, right? Ashikai said in the video it was a little energy blast, and everyone was like, that's lame. Why would you say that? But it's true. It's true. I'm just saying that if the eyes were actively restricting our normal ether, okay, think about it this way, chat. If it was restricting our normal ether aptitude, why could it not have increased the ether aptitude from whatever that version of ether was? Which is why I
That's
think
actually-
we
okay,
did not.
No, that is a good point. That is a really good point because if our eyes are blue and Bringer's was red,
Oh, I
there
didn't
might
even.
be a
Yeah.
right. So I'm thinking, I'm wondering if ether reacts to light, sound, and there has to be a third type of energy wave that it would be susceptible to. And I wonder if we may have like traditional ether resistance,
Mhm.
right? We might
Mhm.
have like traditional ether aptitude, which is sort of like an omni aptitude, but like low
Mm.
ish.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But maybe we
Okay.
just have really high blue aptitude, whatever the hell that happens to be, and it counteracts red aptitude. And she did that
Oh.
specifically so that we would be immune to whatever it is that the
That the
friggin'
exalted start cooking.
Exaltus
Right.
do
Mm.
as like a latch
And that's what I
to
mentioned.
protect it. Yeah,
Yeah.
because that would be a perfect explanation for why it's a perfect nullification of whatever Bringer did, and why he would have recognized what happened so quickly.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
because he didn't question it. Because
Yeah.
he wasn't
He
like,
knew
oh,
immediately.
well, I guess he did have a little like his eye widened at first, but besides him being like the eye widening and seeing that
Yeah.
they were alive, he immediately was just like, okay, have fun figuring out who the real villain is, and then disappeared. But like
think
he
it's a
wasn't like, oh, go.
Sorry to interject because you're gonna go on a different part of the.
Oh, no, you're
conversation,
good.
But do you think it's like a Pokemon like starter element thing, like the purple? Because like we don't have any ether aptitude, so then the purple is super effective against the blue. The blue is resistant to red, so the blue is the red, and the red over the purple.
Yes.
Swag.
Also, sorry, someone in
Oh,
chat
wait.
put the actual term. They
Rock,
said
paper, scissors.
3
yeah, it's
forms
a rock
of.
paper scissors.
Oh yeah. So like, I think someone in chat quoted what she said. 3 forms of etheric manifestation in specific hollows.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
what they said.
That's even still, that still works.
Mhm.
Also, someone was talking about, I do want to talk
Where
about that.
it's going
Yes.
on the friggin' moon. I hate this company.
Normally, I know. Someone was, when I mentioned the Millinoe thing, people did talk about like it corrupting the land. Yes, but the only reason why that hollow was trying to corrupt the land was because of the irradiant core, which we literally have no information on.
Mhm.
That's like that's the only reason why that was trying to turn. It was actively trying to turn the land into an ethereal, but with the 3 different forms of ether or whatever, in the Twiggy mission, is there any other instance where we see pink ether crystals? Because I was confused when we saw it. There's a pillar of pink ether, like bright hot pink ether crystals, and I was like, oh my god, it's pink, and then I just brushed it off. But now that we're talking about the different colors, I'm like, oh, Nineveh, is it pink in Nineveh's domain? They do mention
Maybe.
Nineveh has that special corruption though, so, but still, I don't know how wide Nineveh's thing would be there. But good point, Nineveh is pretty pink. I don't
In
remember.
a little
post edit,
bit.
I will find it. In post edit,
Yeah,
I will find
okay,
it.
good point. Okay, I'm just trying to think of the different colors. Also, one thing that I saw. Are we done with this topic? Do we want to? Was there any
There's more
other?
points.
Well,
Sure.
I do have. Well, okay.
No, you can.
I'm
if you have
thinking
one
about
more
the
point.
hollow on the moon again.
Oh yeah. Go for it.
Because Genshin recently released
Oh, moon thing.
something
did.
about moons. I don't really
Yeah,
want to get too much into it,
moons.
but they're finally giving us lore about the 3 moons that are supposed to be over Teyvat, right? And
Okay.
one of them is a crimson moon, and the other one is a frost moon, and that is red and blue respectively. And I'm fairly certain that the final moon is called an iridescent moon, and I don't know what color that would be, but maybe it's a mixture of red and blue. That would sort of be a purple or like a pinkish or even like just straight pink on top, blue on the bottom. And then there's another one which is a new moon, but I'm kind of wondering if one of them might actually be green.
Mhm.
Okay.
Because if you do red, blue, green,
Yep.
you would have the 3 primary colors of light.
Yeah.
People are saying that in Arpeggio Fault there were also white ether crystals.
There was white ether crystals. Yes, there was.
But
yeah.
white is
The
also-
Arpeggio Fault.
Oh, sorry, just real quick. But white, like in terms of color and stuff, right? White is the basically amalgamation of all colors. Like that's why when you have
Yeah.
crystals, right, you can get a rainbow because. So like the white crystals could be basically the 3 of them in like the 3 types of etheric matter in one, maybe, is what that represents. But I'm just spitballing.
Yes. No, I totally get that. Sorry, I got distracted by because chat. Yeah, you're right. The iridescent or the irradiant. It was irradiant. The irradiant core was green. You are right.
There's something about there's a book invention that talks about like green blood and a moon and that kind of stuff, and I'm just sitting here thinking I think the third moon is green. So I would assume that the third ether point would also be green.
I mean, we've seen so many green ether crystals, right?
The reason why I was fixated on that is because all three of
Yeah.
those moons are named after different types of songs.
Mm.
Aria, a sonnet, and a canon.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just thinking about moons, songs, music of the spheres, which always makes me think of the hollows, even though it's a mathematical thing.
Okay.
But also then music affecting etheric matter and that sort of stuff.
Uh-huh.
And how sound waves can affect the way that you perceive light.
Oh.
Mhm.
Hmm.
I'm going with that. It's just so, by the way,
It's
the thing I was
something to
thinking
keep
about
in
earlier,
mind. Yeah.
the thing I was thinking about earlier is called Hoondoon.
Oh, is that was the name that you were trying to find? Okay.
Yeah. It's called Hoondoon. But it also goes by the name of Kongdong, so I wasn't wrong. But it's primarily known as Hoondoon. Anyway,
Yeah.
So
I had to solve that
What was
mystery.
I
It was
gonna
driving me
talk about?
crazy.
Oh yeah. But Az, what did you want to bring up just now? The
gosh, I'm trying to
segue.
remember. So was the thing that Qing Yi? I earlier in the podcast, I randomly went because I just like in my mind that I was like I literally never thought about this. She was talking when we saw through Qing Yi's vision, and there was like something weird in there. Was that the sacrifice core then? Because they had already collected the body.
Qing Yi's vision? Or are you talking about Vivian?
No, Qing Yi. Remember when she looked at the monument and she like had like X-ray vision and she was like, "There's something weird about this," and then she licked it. She like licked the etheric matter. But I don't think we ever saw what she saw, like in the monument. So was that the sacrifice core? Because I don't think we ever
Maybe.
got a conclusion on that.
I don't know. I think
Maybe.
she was just looking at the fact that the ether crystals were unusual.
That I think, I mean, that could absolutely be the case because
That's
when
why
I remembered in my mind, she had a quote that was like, "There's something in there," and I was like, "What? What do you mean? I see nothing."
And then she lick.
I don't see anything in there. And then she licked it. But yeah, anyway, I was just because like normally they don't leave like no threads. Like there's normally been a thread to everything,
Mhm.
and then them just randomly being like, "Yo, there's a sacrifice core." I was like, "What? How did that get there?" But if that was the core, then technically they had it in the story, and it makes sense.
Yeah, they could have like tied it back.
Alright.
And they could still be leaving crumbs, right? We still don't have the full picture for exactly everything. So these could all just be different crumbs for the sacrifices. Like they brought it up before when we didn't know it was really a sacrifice. And then they have Bringer come in.
Wait.
And then now they have telling us that there's like 12 scattered and there's even more unknown. And wait, Ashley Kai went, oh,
Who put the robe up for auction?
that
we don't
too,
know.
that too.
I talked about this all the time. I came to the conclusion that I thought maybe Hugo did.
Hold on. I was just about to say, Hugo's an art dealer.
Mhm.
Yes, he has a
He deals
museum.
with auctions all the time.
Mhm.
And they literally had a section when
What
he was
if
in the
it
past.
never the real core.
That's what I'm saying.
No, remember?
No, but-
Wait.
No, but
Oh,
I
okay, please go.
interpreted your thing as saying he swapped it at one point.
Okay,
But
yeah,
I'm just
yes,
saying,
that
what if it
is
was
another
just
theory.
never
Yes.
real from the beginning? What if he just has like
Right.
a bunch of things that he's passing around as a fake core, and the real core
Because-
we've never seen ever?
Yes, right. Which, because I
Or
I
maybe
did talk
there
about.
isn't a real core. Who knows?
I mean, that could. Well, no, because the mayor mentioned it. I feel like the mayor would have a little bit more insight than Hugo did. But the mayor said that it was stolen, right? So but I did talk about chat with it a little bit. I don't remember if like chat came up with this theory or where it got in my head. But yeah, that like what if Hugo put it up for sale, like the robe up for sale as like a facade that is the core, and so that was actually never the real thing.
It's bait. It's bait.
Which means that maybe that's what the necklace Vivian gave us was. Maybe there's something in there.
A red herring? Because also, when we go back in the
Yeah, red herring,
history
that's what I was
part, the part where we're like revisiting what he did before, at one point, it led into obviously him meeting with Hartman, but you know when he talks to his broker person, and then for some reason Hugo was selling a bunch of art and a bunch of things,
Yeah.
and then the guy was like, "Oh,
Yes.
like what's wrong with your business? Like, is it going down?" He was like, "No, I just felt like it."
I
feel-
gotta build
and
my
then-
reputation, which is exactly what friggin' what's his face was doing.
Hartman,
Pink guy.
Hartman, right?
Hartman with the organs. Yeah.
Yeah, he was trying to build his reputation up too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also, I didn't mention it earlier, but yes, during that thing that you're talking about, Age, he mentions, I'm sure they had it highlighted in yellow, which means it was very important. They said, I'm sure they'll love to be collaborating with you, like the people that he was selling it to, which means he has a bunch of other people in on something. I tied that to them making the internet posts at the end of the game of them being like, oh my god, I saw a video of him dying, to like throw off, like actually like confirm his death.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are definitely a lot of other people that Hugo has brought in that we haven't seen, because they highlighted it in yellow. They're excited to be collaborating with you. So there are like a bunch of other parties involved that we just haven't seen yet either.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hugo's about to set the stage for like the most incredibly complex dramatic reveal.
He is a drama queen,
which
so-
fits for exactly. He's a drama queen. He wants to put on a
Okay.
show.
I have a theory that's unrelated to the plot,
Okay.
but still related to Hugo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go for it.
So, obviously, Hugo and Lycon have this conflicting set of ideals, right? But it's not just ideals that conflict. Both of them conflict over what they split up over, right? Lycon says that they split up because Hugo broke his oath.
Yeah.
And actually, it's very possible that Hugo didn't kill anybody. Just for the record.
I can go into that a little bit actually.
It's very okay. Well, you can pick up that thread here in a second. It's very possible Hugo didn't kill anybody and was testing Lycon, because Hugo's basically never had anyone capable of that he could trust, right? Because he's been in a pretty horrific situation, and Lycon was like the one thing. So if he comes in and he sees Hugo in this very compromising situation where it looks like he's very guilty, I sort of feel like in some ways Hugo wanted to test to see, like, will you still believe me? Would you still stand by me as my partner, like, even if, you know, the evidence looks really bad, right?
Can I?
And Hugo and Lycon
Keep
didn't,
going.
right? And that kind of like makes it actually more. I actually really blame Lycon more for this than Hugo. If I'm honest. But the thing is, like, when Jack was talking to Lycon, Lycon was basically saying, look, this is what's up with Hugo. You really need to be his leash at some point, and you're gonna have to tug on that leash if he ever goes too far. And I think Hugo was either listening in on that conversation or knew about it, and wanted to see also if Lycon would stop him, because he's supposed to. And this time, when we were in this quest, Lycon finally did. And Hugo smiled the whole time.
Yeah.
Because I think at that moment, Lycon decided to trust Hugo again.
Okay.
And that's why he did
Their
it.
situationship. recovered.
I do absolutely fuck with that. Keep going, and I will support this with more evidence.
No, that was kind of like my my little theory there, because I think Hugo's trying. The reason Hugo even suggested to the proxy, why don't you bring Lycon then if you don't trust me, is because it's like, no, Lycon's part of my plan. You kind of got to bring him. I need him to not know what's going on, but just to trust the process. And to be able to invoke the same feelings that Lycon was going through at that time, and then him realize that, oh, I didn't actually do the thing I promised to do. Like, I broke my promise as well.
Because he just left rather than actually...
Right. Because he just
grabbing
he
and stuff.
He didn't bring Hugo into the police. He didn't, he didn't put the lead on him.
Yeah, he
didn't
just left.
restrain him for he didn't reprimand him
just
the way
left.
that Jack told him to. He just left.
Yeah.
He gave up on it. And I kind of feel like Hugo's the one that didn't give up on
Lycon.
on their deal. You know?
So there is a lot of evidence that goes towards the fact that he did not kill there. One being, he clearly lied during the flashback, right, about killing his sister, because there's no way he actually killed his sister. He just
he
took
loved her.
the blame for some reason.
He took the blame. I think his dad killed her, actually, and then he took the blame, and that's why his dad was so like, that's my boy.
Hey.
That's my boy. But
That
anyway,
is a very mafia thing to do.
yeah.
You take the fall for the boss.
The instance, the
The world
flashback,
boss.
if I remember correctly, there was no blood on Hugo. He was sitting around the dead bodies, but there was no blood on him. And if he lied about killing someone before, why would he not lie about killing someone again?
Yeah.
And it was not just Lycon and Hugo on that mission. Lycon mentioned that Hugo, quote, used me and the others to get revenge during that mission. So it could have absolutely been the others killed all those people before Lycon got in there, and then he basically used that. Like, it looked bad. Like, there were, if Lycon walked in and they were gone,
You know what?
and he's the one who, it looks like he's the one who killed everyone, then he's immediately like, I'm just gonna test him.
That
Like-
plays into Anby's story so much, though.
Okay.
I know that's like completely off the wall, but think about it for a second. That totally plays into Anby's story with Soldier 11, because, Anby's just like, give her someone to hate. So that he has somewhere to go.
Oh. And they very deliberately
She's like,
did not
I can't
solve
live
it.
my life hating people, so let her just hate me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the fact that they left it very open-ended and a little bit unsatisfying from like a player's perspective, right? Because you want them to reconcile. You want Soldier 11 to remember. You want her to forgive her.
I don't want them to reconcile, but
Oh, well, so I think
I like the angst, so it's fine.
no, yeah, I like the angst too, but I think the expected outcome would be that Soldier 11 would remember and that they would like fix the issue, but they leave it very kind of open-ended in the sense that Anby's like, let her hate me, let her not remember anything that transpired, because like I feel like this is the best way for her to live, so that she doesn't then I guess expend that energy and that hatred towards something worse. Kind of, if that makes sense. That's kind of how I felt what she was saying. And then again, we have seen so many parallels between Anby's story and the main story, right? They're very deliberately making everything so interconnected and kind of walking side by side while pushing these two semi-separate storylines. So with the whole Lycon, or not Lycon, Hugo testing Lycon, and then, like you said, in the past, obviously Lycon, at that point, when he sees this, and he's like, bro, I can't believe you've done this. What the heck did you do? And then he leaves rather than actually chaining him up.
Yeah. Choking him, as Jack said.
Yeah. Choking him.
I also, chat did confirm. They said, where was it? Can confirm Hugo got no blood on his hands on the stairs cutscene. And then I do also want to bring up, I don't know, I this part, I don't remember if he followed up with him actually saying that he killed his dad or not.
He
But
never said it
Hugo was
explicitly.
ranting. No, I know, not during that. But there was a moment where he was ranting to us. I think it was right before he like apologized to us. During the rant, he said, "I could have easily killed my dad when he was in front of me."
Yeah.
So I didn't know if he was talking about that moment or if he was talking about like the flashback when he was a kid. But it didn't make sense to be the flashback when he was a kid because he seemed super weak and powerless there.
Oh, actually.
So, yeah, go.
Oh no, because I just played it, so I remember very vividly what happened. Like
Oh,
when
okay,
when
yeah.
I saw that, I thought I didn't even think about the fact that it was like it could have been when he was a kid and then he was, you know, his sister died. Because I just immediately thought that he was referring to obviously when Lycon found him, and the fact that he was implying. Because initially you think that he killed his entire family, including his dad, because they were evil. So then when he said that, I thought. I remember they explicitly did not state whether he did end up killing the dad or not. He said, I could have, if I killed him, I could have saved so many more people before they died. Something along those lines. And yeah, at the end of it, I was very unsure whether or not he killed his dad. Because they never really like stated it, which is why when they got to the very end, you know, when they reveal that Hartman is his uncle, I actually got a little bit confused because I was like, wait, is this his dad? Because
Well, they mentioned that Hartman also, yeah, because like chat was saying, Hartman killed the rest of the family.
yeah. So then because I actually wasn't sure if the dad died because of what Hugo said during that sequence, I got a little bit confused until I went to the next line of dialogue. But
Okay, yeah.
yeah, so I guess my point is that I do not think he ever explicitly stated that he did kill his dad. But it is very heavily implied because of, at the end when he's talking to Hartman, he also very heavily implies that he is the one who eliminated the rest of his direct family. But at the same time, Hugo is shown to manipulate the truth the entire story and be very vague about what actually happened and what didn't happen, especially pertaining to his actions and his motivations behind them. So they just very deliberately made it really, really unclear.
Yeah, yeah. Which was
Gotcha.
definitely intentional. Ashka, did you have anything to add on that?
No.
Okay.
I just think
There's
I just think that Hugo's biggest thing is that he's upset that Lycon didn't believe in him.
yeah, I can see that. Because why? I mean, why else would he like? He knows that he's like upset that he broke the oath or whatever. But like, there's so much
I think that's why
passion
he's
for
being
the fact that he's a
upset and
traitor.
not asking to participate too. I really do.
Do I?
I think that's why he's being a little shit and not like telling Lycon anything.
Oh,
Because he's
anything about
petty,
the
he's
plan?
salty.
What? I'm not gonna tell you anything.
Yeah.
Because he is
That's
acting
fair.
very much
Straight up.
as much as like the jokes are, he is acting very much like a kind of like a disgruntled ex in a way, because he doesn't want to tell Lycon directly. He doesn't want to. He keeps poking at him like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you like betrayed me. You betrayed Mockingbird. You left us rather than following the path that we promised." And then obviously Lycon's like, "Bro, you murdered people. That goes against our oath." So then yeah, like you said, it does feel like he is a lot more disgruntled about the fact that Lycon didn't believe him and left than the actual, I guess, conflicting ideals that sit at the root of their conflict.
Yeah.
But I do think that obviously the difference in ideals is also very important for why they can't fully get along and why they can't truly understand each other on a, I guess, more working together level, since they are so they have these two separate ideas about justice and what can be done, right? And Hugo is very deliberate in how aggressive he is about how much he feels like bad people should die.
Need to die.
They need to die. Like, he is the vigilante archetype between the two of them, and then Lycon is the whole justice system needs to, decide.
It is literally
individuals
Daredevil
can't
versus
decide.
Punisher.
Yeah, that's what everyone was saying when playing it.
Well,
But I'm not sure. Oh,
completely. against it. I'll argue slightly against it, if only because I think the real question is whose responsibility is it to dish out justice? So in this case, in like the case of the Hollow Raiders, right? Lycon's right. It's not really Hugo's place to dish out justice and to decide what the punishment should be. It should be up to the families of those that they've hurt or killed and that kind of stuff, which is why you bring them into public security. But in the case of you being directly wronged by an individual or whatever, like, should it not be your call what the justice is for wrongs made against you? I understand the logic to that, about not indiscriminately taking a life and realizing that the only way that you can truly make a judgment call on what sort of justice can be enacted within reason is if the justice it actually literally involves you, like the wrongs were against you, you know?
Right. Which in this case,
I get that.
for Hugo, it was.
Yeah.
It is all in his family, like it is actively with him.
I think the thing about Hugo, one of the reasons I think that he was taking the fall for his family being murdered, and he didn't do it, is because, one, I think much like Soldier 11, with his family dead, there's nowhere really for his hate to go anymore, because they're just gone, and he probably has like a lot of really unresolved stuff to deal with because of that. But also because I think he realized that whatever his family was involved with, there were worse things. Like much,
which I'm assuming would be the
worse
Exaltists.
Which is, what led him to the Exaltists. I really think that part of what he's doing is trying to expose in the most clearest possible way he can the true extent of the rot within the system.
And in
right?
tops and
It's not
stuff.
one limb of the tree that's rotten. The
The entire
whole
thing.
core of the tree is rotten. Like, it goes deep, right? Like, you can't see what's beneath the surface. You can't see this whole tree's about to come down. But he's trying to be like, look, I'm doing a core sample, dude. This thing goes all the way through, right? So I wonder if somebody else, like a whole, not even the other Mockingbirds, but I wonder if like a different team from somewhere else, from Tops maybe, came in and slaughtered his family. And he knows who did it. And the reason he's not saying anything is because if he incriminates anybody else, like, they're also going to be in trouble.
What if it was the Exaltists that did it? Because when
It could be,
when Hugo finally died, that Exaltist lady said finally, or like like that's another obstacle done. She'll
Yes.
be
She'll be
to hear
happy.
about
She'll be
this.
pleased.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. I think he might have been a loose end. I think they knew, you know, that he was part of the family and all that kind of stuff.
He did
think
mention there's like
He
a
was
secret.
on the list.
Like the family has
I
a
think he
secret.
was on the list.
Yeah.
And he didn't die, and he's just been evading everybody for years and putting himself in a position where he couldn't easily be taken care of. And now one of the reasons why he's faking his own death is exactly because of that. He needs to be able to put in a position where they can't, where they think he's done, you know?
Yeah.
Before he
At
can
least
get
for a
really get
short
anything
time.
done.
It buys him some time.
I just want to point out, like, Hugo's legitimately one of the best written characters they've done so far. We've literally only had him in one update, and we've been going on threads about Hugo's entire story and ideas for the majority of the podcast.
5 hours, though.
Do what?
We had him for like 5 hours.
We did. I know. It was a really long story. Which I think the only thing that we did not touch on was the fact that it's not really a whole topic that we really need to go into, I don't think, but Vivian's like ability to see the future and whatnot, she didn't cry. Like, she didn't have a vision of Hugo.
Yeah. When he
She
fell.
cried.
Hugo.
She cried when he got stabbed. Yeah, but she didn't have a vision.
Maybe it wasn't explicitly said that she
had a vision, but she might have had a vision.
But I feel like if she did have a
would've
vision, they
cried.
would have shown us like very deliberately.
Yeah, they would have shown us at least, even in her model, they would have had a tier. Like they have the tier technology now. Everyone knows when they figured that shit out, they started using it all the time. But if she had the vision, they absolutely would have had some sort of scene, whether it be in a comic panel or not, of her crying before that happened. Which is why when she did have another vision, it was the entire screen. It was only her eye with the tears and the vision, which, by the way, of that vision we did see, I guess we can go into that topic. I don't think that vision was literal. I know some people think that it was, and that we're going to have like wings as the MC. I do think it was a metaphorical visual that they gave us, but that we're not literally going to fall from the sky with wings. But I guess one interesting thing is how far back can Vivian, or sorry, how far forward can Vivian actually see in the future? Because on the post on Internet, the only reason why it showed up was because someone at the bottom commented and said, "I'm commenting to bump this old post back up." And it was talking about the Hollow disaster, which means it's an old post.
Yeah.
Oh.
But the only other instance of the vision that we see is with Sienna,
Mhm.
which happens like 10
Super
15
fast.
minutes after she sees it.
Yep.
But obviously, the vision she saw with the MC is not going to happen anytime soon,
Mhm.
because it's been like it's going to be days
Yeah.
before that happens. So I'm curious, what are the limitations on her visions? Like, how far out can she actually see, if there is any? Like, obviously, I don't think she can
Because,
control
like-
it.
Like, because she only saw like a day or so ahead with that what's her name, the woman who died.
Sienna?
Yeah.
That was like 10 minutes. She saw the vision, and then we immediately went into the hollow, and then she died.
Yeah.
Someone said that, but in hollows, does the time flow differently?
Yeah. Well,
I mean, it
gets
does,
a little
but
bit
not-
distorted. Like, we have time distortion signs that are around hollows.
super-
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There is literally the time distortion signs, yeah.
Yeah, time distortion ahead, and it points to hollows.
The, oh,
Like,
yeah,
I can't see that Las Vegas sphere style black wall in front of me.
Hey, some people apparently accidentally wander into a hollow, so who the hell knows?
Do you think hollows
Um,
are shadows?
do what?
Sorry, that's so off topic. I was just wondering, like, the Las Vegas sphere is like a big physical object. It casts a huge shadow. I was just wondering if hollows ever cast shadows.
Oh,
I don't think it's ever been
We don't
explored.
know.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever thought about that.
Well, I'm not the lore guy, but like,
It's about being explored. I mean, visually, if we just go in game, we could see. Like,
I feel like
it,
they never
it,
give
would
us a
it
good
would
angle on
cast it.
that.
I mean, unless it's always behind the hollow, I feel like there should be at least one shot. I mean, you make a very valid point. I
maybe if you
never
go to,
looked into
like,
that. I don't
I
know.
would probably say like Port Elpis might be like the best place to see that.
Because you could see it on the water.
Yeah.
I mean, you could, well,
But really,
because
you could see the
well, it
reflection,
reflects
right?
off the water. Yeah. I don't know. That's a very good
I
point,
didn't
actually.
I didn't mean to derail that. I just, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you make a very valid point. Oh, well, that's not really. Never mind. I was gonna for some reason I talked about this in my original lore story. I don't know why it came in my mind, but the hollow haze in the outer ring, and how I feel like that is separate from the dark wall, but some people thought that it was the dark wall. But the hollow haze is like encroaching on the outer ring. It literally says it's encroaching, which, like, I feel like we're about to
Go on
get
to
demolished by something. Yeah, I don't know. I want to know more about what that is also. But yeah, I need to look into that. I need to see if the if there's any shadows from any of the hollows.
We'll rain check that for next time.
Yeah.
To wrap up
sorry.
this like overarching general like story conversation, because we mainly talked about the stuff that was going on in the story.
Mhm.
Are you guys looking forward to anything that gets touched upon, that gets circled back to, or that gets introduced in story B?
In story B.
Can't wait
I
to
mean,
have
literally
Hugo
everything.
on my account.
Yeah. I also can't wait to have you on my account. I am absolutely in love with sites. So the moment I saw that Hugo used a site, I was like, "Yep, you're getting in my account." But yeah, I mean, as far as what I want to see in B, I mean, literally everything, because the entirety of A, as we just figured out, 3 hours worth of discussion of threads that could be explored, and each thread has multiple routes, with evidence to back up each. So I just hope that they gave themselves enough time to write a actual satisfying payoff for everything that they've built up in A, due to the fact that this is the first time we've ever had
2 stories
a
in a row.
two-part two main stories in a row. And
Sacrifice waking up thing is gonna be from part B.
yeah, for sure. For sure. It's still weird that that line was in the trailer, I will say. I don't know why
It's
they put it there.
actually very on brand for them
Is it?
because they do that. Yeah, they do that a lot. Like in some of the other games, like for example, in Star Rail for the Euphorious trailers, there's a lot of stuff in there that definitely didn't happen in 3.0 when it first came out, and
Oh, yeah.
honestly, they never happen. But sometimes what they do, especially if they're going to do like an Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, Act 4, they will sneak in some lines from, the second part of a quest or something like that. And a lot of it is just because they want you to get teased about the whole story that they're telling and not necessarily about just what's in this quest. So I am fully on board with the idea that that's going to happen in Part B because they do that in Genshin from time to time as well.
Mhm.
They
Sorry,
like
I
making
was
stupid trailers.
I was corrected. That character Yishun is I there might be leaks on her, but I will say, yeah, I know you wanted to talk about this, so we can do that before this podcast ends. In the Lost Void, there is a new faction that was introduced. I don't remember what the actual faction name. It was some martial artist thing, but yeah, something summit. But Jufufu, who is a tiger Thyran, and then her master, who has white hair and is apparently very reserved. Her name is Yishun. So yes, we do have another new faction that's probably going to actually be released before the Idols. Yes, that summit. I still don't know how to say that.
Yunqui? That's my guess.
Yunqui?
Even like I don't know if it's Cantonese or Mandarin, but Yun Koi.
Yunkui.
Maybe it's supposed to be Koi.
Yeah.
I think.
Yunkui.
I forgot what that I wouldn't know what that translates to in
I'm the worst person to ask about.
I'm a
pronunciations.
fake Chinese,
I'm
so
assuming it's like it doesn't look Mandarin. I'm pretty sure it's Cantonese. I'll circle back to it.
For now,
If I
summit.
The Summit faction. Yeah.
the new
And
faction.
I will say, I do want to say, I do not think her master is a Void Hunter. I do want to put that out there. I know some people were thinking that because she said that she was strong enough to solo Geppetto, but technically we fought off, like we've fought off Geppetto with our crew. But it doesn't make sense to. I'm assuming that her and her master would be released, and if she's going to be released after like 1.7. If it's 1.8, whatever, 2.0, however they structure it, it would be way too soon to get another Void Hunter. So I don't think that she is a Void Hunter, but I do think she is definitely someone very powerful, clearly. But I don't think... the bird thing is interesting. We can talk about that. The bird had the ethereal-esque eye on its back.
Eye on the back, yeah.
And it had glowing eyes. And when she came out of the hollow, she didn't have the bird. And she was talking about how she was waiting to see her master come back. So if that bird is somehow an ethereal, then it would match Miyabi's thing, which I know you're going to be like, oh, but you're Void Hunter. If it is somehow an ethereal as the bird, then it makes sense that you can't see it outside of the hollow, because you can't see Miyabi's eye thing outside of the hollow either.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
And the bird was the bird was cute. The bird was a little
like
chunky
my
guy.
interpretation was like you know the guy from JJK, what's his name?
Describe him. Describe him. Fushiguro.
Yeah, Fushiguro. She can summon ethereal like manifestations of like shadow, like animals and stuff like that, and the little bird could be one of her like familiars that she's able to like
That would be
summon.
sick. I mean,
Yeah.
I would love to see that. What if they sacrificed animals and stuff? That would be terrifying.
I mean, they sacrificed humans for organs this patch, so who knows?
That is true. That is true. Another, I guess the final thing that we can touch on is the fact that we have they like changed the look of Hollow Zero. We now see the chasm like bridges around the side of it, and we now have like the entire like front view of the literal floating like cities left over from Eridu in front of it. It looks so sick. Like what a good visual update to Hollow Zero, and also the fact that now they have helicopters flying in and out. That's new too, which is really cool.
Oh my god, I definitely got to do that later.
Yeah, you have to.
But yeah, I mean, speaking of
It's
new
very
characters
quick,
though.
too.
Oh, just in general, I wanted to ask you guys like thoughts on her designs of some of the possible new faction.
Well, we've only seen her.
We've only seen her.
Yeah, we didn't get to see her Yixuan, but Zhufufu is adorable. She's literally just this little tiger. I think, like Chat said, she was giving A rank, so
Yeah,
I do think that
a
she's going to
little
be an
bit.
A rank. On her back, she had some sort of device that looked like it had like a flame symbol on it. So I think it would be cool if she was like some sort of like flame character. But I have no idea what she would be. But we do need more A ranks, so I'm glad to see that. What was your question?
Oh, my question was just
What
yeah.
we'd like to see on
What we'd like
new
to see.
factions?
Yeah.
Well, my question was mostly like, how do you feel about this new faction? And we only do have one character, but aesthetically, how do we
Aesthetically,
feel?
very cool. I like the fact that it's another martial arts like clan, because I want to see more like fist fighting characters, like lighter, like no
yeah.
weapon, but just straight movement. Like I think that would be really sick.
Yeah.
Because no, to that point exactly, when I was, jumping into the hollow to meet Zhufufu, I wanted to see what kind of weapon they might be able to, bring to the table. I didn't see like a holster or like how all the characters have like the holster in the boot or whatever for their swords or
Yeah.
anything. Like I didn't see any of that. So I'm suspecting that they're going to base this, Tiger Thyron Summit faction off of martial arts, and Zhufufu could literally be fisticuffs.
I would love that. I will follow up. I do think that because she knew her master had already been through there and destroyed all the Ethereals, she literally just didn't. She knew she wouldn't have to fight. Or wait, did it say that she fought? In my mind, she didn't fight because her master already went through and cleared all of them. And so I was thinking her job there was more as like a reconnaissance.
Yeah. No, but
type of
I
situation.
I feel like she would still bring a
think she would,
weapon
like-
though. You know?
Yeah.
You would
just in
think
case
so,
or something,
but-
and,
Or that it would be part of
I
her
feel like
design at
she's-
least. 'Cause-
Yeah. But you're right. There,
Yeah.
I also did because I tried to look really close at her design, and I did not see an actual weapon either.
so
Yeah, but it's exciting. I really like how they do sort of drip these characters even outside of the drip marketing itself in
Yeah.
events and allow us to slowly kind of get to know them before they actually become official additions to the game. Because they've done this throughout the entirety of Zenless Zone Zero, especially before we got the Sons of Caledon. We would see them around the streets. We'd be able to kind of interact with them, meet them before we even think about going to the Outer Ring in the main story. So
Yeah.
do you think in Part B they might decide to drip her master? mayhaps?
I don't think it'll be in part B. I think we might get another Lost Void thing because this one was unbelievably short.
Okay.
And Ray said that she got a lot of information. Oh, I didn't. I'm gonna leave it. Just know she got information. I'm gonna let you figure out how. But Ray gets a lot of information, and she says that she will reach back out to us when she like gets it all like basically in a report, I guess. And then she'll reach out to us and share more information. So I would like to get another Lost Void story next update because this one was really, really short, and I want.
You want more?
I mean, that was only part 1. They gave us 2 missions at the start, so you know, I wouldn't be surprised if since this patch was A, next patch is B, they're gonna bring that second part in.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Yeah, and then I guess we've all seen the drip marketing for Mockingbird because we already know the designs and everything like that. But they did mention that they're going to upgrade the model after seeing like Hugo's model. After people were kind of upset that he was not as pretty as people thought he was from before in the events.
Yeah, I'm curious what the changes are going to be if they didn't already do it. Because like,
I generally think it's the
like
facial
his
model.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be kind of like Miyabi.
I think he's
looks
pretty as
great
hell.
already.
Yeah, I think he's like literally one of the best face models we have.
I don't even think it's about him being pretty. There's some aspects to him that I think are just washed out and don't quite look as slick as
like
his
on
character.
his model.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, like the hair
So not
color
his
is
face.
really dull.
Oh, okay.
Also, I feel
the,
like
the face actually isn't updated that much. It's not like a Miyabi situation.
Oh wait,
They're altering it a little bit, but mostly they're altering like the color of his hair. They changed.
Oh, did they show it?
did they? Did they show it already?
Well, I mean, if you look at his drip.
Oh no, but usually the drip is kind of different from the models in game, right?
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they showed the model too. But I'm like if you compare it to the drip, there's
They might
still
have.
some changes between the two.
Yeah, because the
Like-
Miyabi situation, honestly, like and to their points, the Miyabi new model definitely was much, when they came out with the somewhat semi-new drip marketing of her model. Remember in the introductory poster of the patch, and then now that model followed suit. I think more than likely, like we will see the updated version, in the next patch.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
they
that
did
was really
state
fun
that
to
it's
be
going to
honest.
come out in 1.7, but that
Yeah,
they're
like,
going
the
to
thing
work on
is,
it.
Might look-
I mean, like they had enough time to update his drip art. Like if you look at his drip art, he doesn't have the same scarf.
Oh, is the scarf different? Oh, I didn't notice that.
The scarf's
It's the
different.
shiny
Like in the
silky
model in
one.
game, he's got the scarf that goes around the front and the ties underneath it. And then if you look at his drip in the drawn image, he doesn't have that anymore. It's just the tie. So they streamlined his model. His hair color is totally different. Like they didn't really change a lot, but like I think they've just polished him. Like there's not.
Yeah.
They made him look more. I think they look like the scarf feels very 1950s. You know what I mean? I don't think that's kind of what they were going for. I think when they got the feedback, they're like, okay, he needs to be a little bit more modern because he feels a little
Old school.
frumpy. I still think he's
Okay.
pretty, but he did look a bit frumpy.
Yeah,
Let's see,
I
hold
can
on.
see it.
I'm gonna grab. Maybe Josh, you can.
Post
I was gonna say-
that a Josh.
Stuff
Post
in.
that a Josh will put it up. I have a lot of work to do in this podcast.
I was gonna say good luck because anytime you want to edit like a lore podcast, I mean you were literally sitting here listening. I mean we
You
jump.
don't
all
have
over
to.
the
I'm gonna
place.
put it in the chat anyway. But yeah, like they're making some adjustments, and I think they're good adjustments because, like, again, I think they're just streamlining him a bit.
Is there any other topics that you guys wanted to bring up? And if not, chat, is there any questions that you want to ask? Because I think we'll probably have to start winding it down.
Yeah, the lore discussions go really hard.
Yeah, it makes my brain go into overdrive mode.
This is my second like
pretty
3.5 hour stream today, so
Oh, did
Oh,
you
I-
stream the Zenless? Were you doing streaming the Zenless thing earlier today?
I was doing a
Genshin
Genshin thing
Dragons.
Genshin, yeah. Genshin
Oh, the moon
5.5.
thing. Huh?
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
5.5.
Oh, the update show. Okay.
Yeah, so if I posted the thing in chat, if you just wanted to take a quick look at
Oh,
like
yeah,
Hugo
let me see.
versus his drip, even just like the upper part.
Mm.
So you can see they're just making like,
Oh, yeah. Okay,
you-
I see. I see. Yeah,
you
yeah,
can
yeah,
see
yeah.
what they're adjusting.
Yeah, yeah,
right? 'Cause,
yeah.
Like, he feels a little old-fashioned, and I don't think they wanted him to be old-fashioned. Really, I think they just maybe
Fair,
didn't
yeah.
get around to updating the model before they put him in the event, and then they're just like, shoot, we actually don't have time for all this other stuff, and then didn't polish it. Because like they make all of these models and stuff way ahead of time.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, yeah.
You know, like friggin', we had models for and art for Bernice like during the beta,
Oh, really?
Oh, really? I didn't play the
Yeah.
beta, so.
and for Big Daddy.
Oh,
Well, I mean, like it was data
Well,
mined
they
stuff.
weren't. They
Like,
weren't.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying
I
we
was gonna say
have
they
it.
weren't in
We
the
had
beta,
it.
but yeah, it must have
No,
been
they
in the
weren't
files.
in
Yeah.
the beta. But yeah, they had them in the file. That's what I'm saying. Is like they've already modeled her. I mean, obviously
Mm-hmm.
they made adjustments to her as they got closer to release. And I think that's kind of also this is one of the things where I keep saying like Zenless feels like it's going a little bit clumsy. And I do think it's because they've had to do these big sweeping changes and
Mhm.
it really just screwed with their schedule.
Mhm.
And it's showing in little things like this. I do think part of it may have been based on feedback. I think they may have just been like, okay, we'll take this opportunity to get some feedback anyway.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
But honestly, like I think they were gonna do it anyway. Because like drip marketing, for example, is done way ahead of time. So the fact that the drip marketing has a different look from the model already says to me that they probably had
An idea for how they
Ideas to
wanted
change
to
it. Yeah.
polish.
they already knew what they were doing and they'd finished the concept art and all that other kind of stuff and they just hadn't quite made it to the point where they could get his model and all his combat animations and everything else all smoothed out before.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of work there because they got to do all the rendered cutscenes, they've got to do the comic pages, they've got to do the actual model, they've got to do the combat models.
Yeah, and then the physics
I am
in
curious how
combat.
long those
So-
the comic panels take, because like I said, that one Vivian art was unbelievably like that shit is so good. When I asked what chat wanted, there's a couple questions that we can speed run through. Accelerator asked, "Will we go to the Moon Hollow? Maybe end game. We tend to go to moons in Hoyo games."
Yes,
I wouldn't be
absolutely.
surprised. We already know that
Absolutely,
we
we're
can
totally going to
teleport
the moon.
through hollows via fissures, so I'm sure we'll teleport to the moon somehow. Do events in this game or in Hoyo game get lore relevance? Yes, and unfortunately, a few of them are not permanents, which I will make videos on them. I need to make a video on the Exaltists, just in general, because I know a lot of people are confused. Speaking about A ranks becoming S ranks, yeah, S rank Billy was again teased in this.
Oh, yeah.
and also teased in the dev stream. So we're definitely getting an S rank Billy at some point.
For those who don't know what we're
forgot they did
referencing,
that.
it's the Samby
Yeah.
Samby story quest where
He has
one
and
line.
We talked to Billy, and he states that he might put on the old threads. So that's
Ew.
sorry, Ashika, I cut you off.
No, I was just saying I forgot about that. Yeah. I was
That's when
excited
Billy
about
goes
that.
Yeah, that's
there.
really exciting.
I can't wait for the entirety of the Cunning Hairs to be 5
Yeah.
stars.
I
before-
know.
I was
know.
saying, oh my God, Nicole needs one
Nicole's is
too.
gonna go crazy. I mean, Nicole's
Dude.
absolutely gonna get one. The lore relevance
Yeah.
Nicole has,
Yeah.
like,
She-
come on.
Oh,
She connects
speaking of
everyone.
prophecies. You want to talk
Oh,
about
yeah.
prophets? Look at Nicole.
Oh, of how she just happens to
She always
like
happens to
grab
be in the
everyone.
right time.
Yeah.
And the thing is she moonlights as a fortune teller. And I think like in the game file she's listed as Nostradamus or something.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
what?
I didn't know that actually.
Whoa.
I didn't know she was.
There's something like that. I'll look up the specifics of it.
Yeah.
We can follow up
But
with it
my
next
lore
time.
buddy-
When-
Yeah, my lore buddy
yeah.
chat
Yeah.
is tracking basically every instance of Nicole doing something predictive.
Because she's fishy.
Is Nicole the
Yeah.
Elio of Zenless Zone Zero? Everything is
For real.
She knows what's going
Just the
on.
fact that now Vivian has that, and Nicole's just like, well, I've got lots of things in my past that I don't want to deal with too.
Yeah.
And she is very mysterious about it. Apart from like the
She is
trailer
very
that we got,
mysterious about it,
she keeps mentioning how like she has stuff she doesn't want to deal with or stuff she doesn't. She's been through stuff, and I think it's definitely referring to more than just her backstory that we saw from the promotional material at the very beginning. It's
Yeah.
all building up for
She even
Esther and
said that
Nicole.
wasn't real.
Is Nicole the creator? No way.
Yeah, that would be. if
Someone
they did
said
that.
thoughts on playable agent Phaethon.
Mm.
I think
Ooh.
if they were ever playable, I think it will be like selectable passives that you can like give in battle. I don't think it'll be like actually like playable,
Mhm.
but I think it'll be like passive
Mhm.
support that they can like give to agents as opposed
See,
to.
I disagree. I think they will be playable.
You
Really?
think so?
Yeah.
That's okay. So do you think they're gonna
Straight
make
up.
you pull on Wise and Bell separately, or just like whoever your
Oh,
playable
God.
character
No,
is?
I
Or...
think they'll swap. I think they'll have a stance swap where they swap in.
Oh, really?
Shit, if we get a tag team, Wise and Bell
Think about it.
going crazy on them, I'm down.
What if you had what if EOS, because EOS is getting older, what if EOS is the one that stays behind in the HDD? And Fairy. No, seriously, like helps Fairy,
Yeah.
helps manage the store and stuff like that. And then Wise and Bell have like a remote HDD terminal that they kind of connect to in the hollow. And they can like interact with each other.
Okay.
Why did Fairy not say anything about the HDD upgrade? Why was she so
Oh.
not in this update? Fairy had like
Right.
one line. I know we're like literally at the end, so we can't really go into it, but that's a huge thing I wanted to talk about. Fairy didn't say shit about that upgrade at all. She
Right.
said, that's what she said the entire time.
None
She
of my
was
business.
silent. Like, because all of this is still going to tie into whatever the contract was that we signed with Fairy.
Hmm.
Like, what's the opportunity? Whatever. I feel like there should have been a line. Fairy should have said something about the upgrade, but there wasn't.
Yeah.
Maybe part
Or
B.
if anything, it's a situation where like it'll be followed up, like, oh, they're having Fairy run that background check because like it's real time, right? They
Mhm.
get the upgrade, we're moving out to go help the mayor run an errand and then another errand. So like I feel as though Fairy will circle back on it.
Yeah,
That is fair. I am also curious if that upgrade somehow affected Fairy's capabilities. Because if it upgraded
Ooh.
us, what if it also somehow affected Fairy too?
True, because didn't they mention that the electricity bill changed after the update, or am I
always talk about the
hallucinating?
electricity bill. I don't remember
No,
if
but
they talked.
No,
about
but they
it.
mentioned that it got like better. I think.
It would go down.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh,
Yeah, they
so that
mentioned
means
that.
inherently Fairy could use more power then. Use more power, pay the
Straight
same
up.
electricity
But
amount.
see, that's the interesting thing here, right? Because like, does the mayor, if they were able to do all that shit remotely, that was the part that freaked me out, is like, wait, how are they accessing my HDD remotely? Like,
Well,
how
no,
did we
Lycon
just
did.
give them permission? Like, no, that bothered me. But that just might be the web developer in me and my paranoia about security settings coming out. But no, so I was freaked out about that. But I was also like, wait a minute, like, Fairy's not saying anything about the HDD being upgraded, but at the same time, like, if it draws less power on us, then it's also going to draw less power on her, and that means that she's
Right.
going to be able to have increased capacity. So it's not just an upgrade for us; it's an upgrade for Fairy.
Yeah. Because she can just use more
But-
power this way.
And yet she had not really much of a relevance in part A.
Not yet. Not yet.
I think they might
You do have to
circle back.
wonder. You do have to wonder what her role is intended to be.
Yeah. I am
As does a
curious
lot of
when one of the well, it's because the AIs in general. Like I
Mhm.
feel like we're getting a lot of answers on a lot of stuff way faster than we ever would in any Hoyo game. Like they are giving us all these mysteries and we're like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And then they start like literally just throwing answers at you. And it's like, oh, I love this. Yes. But they still have like threads for you to find shit. And they have yet to say anything about the other AIs or like anything of Fairy's main objective. So I am really, really curious on that. And yeah, there's so many things happening. Yeah, have you talked about how the mayor knows Carol? There's so many things we could have touched on, but I feel like if we start talking again, it's gonna go on for another hour and a half. So this is on Josh. Do you
Every
want to do? I know.
I
Do you
mean,
want to
right
wrap it up?
now
Do you want to
we're
wrap
kind
it
of
up?
like, starting to head toward like the extended cut of things. I mean, if Ashikai has the time, we can like touch up upon just a few extra of those points. I don't really mind too much.
Me neither.
Yeah, it's up to you guys.
I think it's latest for me and Azzy, right? Or no?
Yeah, it is definitely
yeah,
like
I think so.
almost 11.
Yeah, it's
EST.
10:34 right now for me. Yeah.
Yeah, for CST. So yeah.
Oh, that's
Oh.
right. You're an hour behind me.
It's 11:30.
Oh, so it's later for Ashkai.
Yeah, it's later for
Ashikai
me.
and Age.
I'm in the
EST.
future.
EST, rise up.
Quick, what does Fairy do?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay, bet. So yeah, the mayor knowing Carol, suspicious? No.
I would assume that the mayor would know basically any big shots.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean that's fair, but he knew her personally, and I'm assuming he wasn't mayor 10 years ago.
True.
Yeah, but there must have been some
Well,
business that
he's from
involved,
the
research and
Mayflowers.
He is
You
from the
know.
Mayflowers, yeah. But that begs the question: what were the Mayflowers like actively doing inside of Helios? Like, what
Fair.
were they like? Were
Right.
they
I mean,
funding it? They could have been
Well, they were
funding
one
it.
of the founding families, though, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
Of
I mean,
New
they're the ones who
Eridu?
built Eridu, not just New Eridu, Eridu in general.
Yeah. So, like, it would make sense if their family's just really well connected to the institutes. In
Yeah,
fact,
that's fair.
maybe they're the primary funders of the institute. Who knows?
They
Yeah.
they issued the green light to fund. Yeah, exactly.
But it is
Yeah.
very suspicious how like willing the mayor was to just help us off rip, even if he has this connection to Carol in the past. Because he gave us the excuse of, oh, it's because I know you guys are very significant. You guys have this potential for the future. So that's why I want to be well connected with you, which is why I'm helping you right now. So
Mhm.
that was the reason they gave us for why the mayor is helping us, even though it did feel very out of nowhere, right? Whether that was a writing thing because they had to kind of speed up stuff from like a meta perspective in terms of like the plot from updates, or it was intentional in terms of the story. I feel like they might touch up on it in part B, if anything, or even down the line. But I just found it very odd as a whole that he felt so willing to just solve such a big problem for us immediately.
Yeah,
With
I
no
mean,
real
it's also
explanation.
weird that he admitted that through the Marcel group, they have been monitoring us, right?
Mhm.
Isn't that basically what he said? They've
Yeah.
been gathering
Ethan's
data on
not
us this
sneaky, though,
entire
guys.
time.
Like, come on.
Do what?
I mean, Ethan's not sneaky.
Oh no,
Oh,
I
no.
know, I
You
know.
know,
I just think it's weird that like the
everyone knows where
entire
we are.
time they've known like our data through EOS essentially because like
Mhm.
that's where they're
Yeah.
getting most of it. EOS is the one connecting to the HDD. They're getting the data of us through the Marcel group, which is
Yeah.
the Bangbu. So yeah, I mean they've continuously been building up stuff about the Marcel group. And Sunbringer is one of the most referenced Void Hunters besides Joyous. So I'm really interested in where they're going to start going with like the plot of Marcel group. Because as we know, I mean, the mayor is not like friendly with the companies and tops behind the scenes, but
Yeah.
seemingly is very friendly with the Marcel group and like willing to work with them. So
Mhm.
either they're not a part of tops and they're a part of the like city administration, or dot
No, no,
dot
no.
dot.
Need
I lost
more.
my train of thought.
Need
I lost my train
more
of thought.
clues. Oh, Ashikai, were you trying to say something?
No, just saying it's his turn to lose his train of thought.
Oh yeah. Yep, my turn.
Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty good segue back into, I guess, closing this up since we have been going on for a very long time. I feel like they are going to probably touch on the mayor and maybe the HDD system and the whole sibling situation in part B. I hope they do at least, because it did feel very abrupt, and I feel like if they don't explain it immediately or at least make it satisfying down the line, it will feel a bit kind of like they just kind of shoved a plot point without really elaborating on it. So I guess that's one of the things I want to see in part B. And yeah, I guess final thoughts on part A, because we did kind of talk about most of the plot points, I would say. And then also kind of like what we want from part B is for them to conclude all of our theory threads. So
yeah, I mean, we already talked about like what we'd want to see in part B, but final thoughts on part A. Yeah, I mean, I still think, even though we've dissected it a lot, and we talked about some of the flaws that it had with the Exaltists and the like MC upgrade or whatever. I do still think that it was incredibly well written. I do think it was still incredibly well paced. And I am really, really excited that they have continuously kept up the great writing that they have since launch. Even though, like we've mentioned, there are some cracks showing in some places. But I do have absolute faith in the devs to like follow up on it and fix things if needed, because I mean, they've gone in and changed the story, and they've already gone in and changed the early story stages to make it more apparent that they have the implants, right? Like, they've actively changed dialogue in the early story to just straight up tell people that the MCs have the eye implants. So if they hear feedback about the Exaltists, I wouldn't be surprised if they went back and like added it in like somewhere else for the like newer player base to not have that issue. So yeah, love the devs, trust them with all my heart, and I'm excited to see part B whenever that happens. 5 weeks, 6 weeks, I don't remember how long this match is.
All things considered, I think the devs are doing a really great job, and they're adapting quite well.
Yeah, to all the demands too, right?
Unforeseen circumstances. Yeah. I think they, it's a learning process. It's a young dev team, and they're kind of figuring out that like, who their audience is and how to appeal to them and what should go where, and they're figuring it out, and they're adapting quite well, I think, and with a speed that is unusual.
Yeah,
impressive,
remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. I mean, they've literally mentioned like
they overhauled the system in like 2 patches.
They're gonna do it. Yeah, so I don't want the devs to be overworked, but my God, are they absolutely putting in work?
I was gonna say, I hope they have double shifts, like that they swap off on, and have like an actual decent work-life balance, because like the sheer amount of work is impressive.
It really is,
honestly. So.
Yeah, Josh.
Overall, I'm
and
pretty
to piggyback
excited.
off of that, like coming from the just to put my little 2 cents into it, piggybacking off of that from the gotcha perspective, and like the more like competitive, like fighter, combat aspect of it, like they've put still so much into the game. More events, they put the extra Lost Void stuff in, more polychromes, just even aside from the story, there's just so much extra stuff in this patch. And yeah, I think kind of everyone's eating.
Oh, we didn't even talk about Pulchra.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
There's a lot of combat aspects. Well, and here's the thing. I think Pulchra is still going to be an aside for now, just because like this whole conversation, can take even that much longer, right? But yeah, like, talking about Silver Soldier, Anby, Pulchra, and we even got to play with Trigger. And that's a whole,
so
conversation.
Fun. Yeah, I know this was supposed to be more like lore dedicated because Ashikai's here, and I unfortunately got amplified by the fact that she's here and yapped a lot.
No, and that's why and like that's why we brought Ashikai in, right, to be able to
have these conversations,
kind of feed that side of that of the audience. So again, thank you.
Well, I mean, as he's here, he still feeds that side of the audience.
Yes, but when there's other like not saying that Age and Josh don't know like a lot about the lore, but when you
But
have
we
a
don't
more
know a lot
deeper
about the lore.
understanding and I can throw an idea at you
Yeah.
and then you can just like catch it and make it bigger and throw it back. Like it adds a lot to it. But
Okay.
yes,
Right.
I do appreciate you you joining. And I there is still more to this update.
Mhm.
So if we want to do like another like lore podcast towards the end, or
Yeah, like after
we wanna
Trigger
have it,
Story
like,
comes
be
out too.
combat based.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too. And then once everything is like winding down towards the end, also Ashkai, if you want to, not to plug my thing, but if you want to join on Fairy Radio again, we can talk more about lore like at the end of the
Yeah,
patch.
happy to.
Amazing.
Talking about
Yeah.
plugs. Age, Wanda's down here.
Oh, yeah. Well, overall, sorry this was so long, everyone, but I personally learned a lot, okay? Because I love story, but again, it is different to hear people who are super, super, invested and knowledgeable about details and getting to know the nitty gritty of every single little tidbit that Zenless wants to feed to us. So thank you for discussing so much, honestly, and this makes me really want to go just watch even more lore videos. So definitely gonna do that after. And
Amazing.
but yeah, overall, thanks for watching, everyone. You guys want to do your outros? Say goodbyes. Plug yourself again.
Yeah.
Speaking of plugs.
Yep,
Well,
Ashkai, you go
yeah.
first. You're the guest.
I've only got a YouTube channel.
But it's one hell
And
of a
it's
YouTube
Ashkai.
channel.
It is one
And
hell of a
it's my
YouTube
name.
channel.
That's it. I've got a YouTube channel. It's my name. I've been slacking on Zenless content a little bit because scheduling issues, but I have a couple of ideas of stuff I want to make. So you might see a theory from me soon.
Yeah.
Amazing. Let's go.
Look forward to
Huge
it.
dub.
There you go.
All right.
Um,
Same order as
well,
intro
yeah,
then,
my-
Naz.
Yeah, my name's Az. As you can tell from this entire yapping session, I cover Zenless lore, and I do have an ungodly long list of videos I would like to make. Too bad I absolutely hate editing and have zero self-discipline to make them. So if you subscribe, you're subscribing for my streams, because anyone knows if you come into my stream, I will yap about lore and answer mostly any question. And I am working on videos. I do have videos planned, and they will come out eventually. It'll be a nice little treat when it does drop. But yeah, thank you guys for joining this absolute yap session of lore. It was very fun, and yeah, thanks for joining the podcast.
Okay. Josh.
All right. Well, you didn't hear too much from me today. But, like Age, I was processing a lot. You guys will catch me at Jshua on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram. I do almost of like a smorgasbord of content surrounding Zenless Zone Zero combat and variety. Yeah, I make guides over on Twitter. Those guides kind of translate over to YouTube videos as well. And we are actively working on our early access to Trigger as well. Among some other
Ooh.
videos that will touch back upon Anby, Pulchra, and potentially some of the Mockingbirds. So, if you guys are in the mood for a little bit of combat knowledge and prowess and expertise, actually, next week should be my advanced Anby guide, as well as going through M0 to M6 as well, because there are some interesting nuances when it comes to building and playing. But
I'll
I
need that.
digress. That's me.
Yeah, for real.
We'll be looking forward to it. But yeah, I mean, I
Alright.
guess. Oh, I'm last then. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm Agekk on all socials. If you search it, you'll probably find it. And yeah, I don't go into lore as deeply as Agekk and Az, obviously, but I do love story very much, and I love to theorize whenever I react to stories. So hopefully you guys can catch some of those on YouTube and Twitch if I'm live. And yeah, once in a while I'll post some singing covers and things like that for video games as well, because I think it's fun. And I hope this podcast was okay. It's my first time hosting a podcast. I was really nervous. I mean, I kind of let Az and Ashikai go off a bit and just have their own discussion points, but I still hope it was good nonetheless. And yeah,
Yes, it was very good.
but yeah, thank you so much to Ashikai for coming on. It was super, super fun. Hopefully we can, if our schedules work out, maybe we can do a follow-up in the future with even more lore discussions, since it seems like chat really enjoyed it. And yeah, thanks for listening to the Proxy Podcast episode 5. We do this bi-weekly, or we do this on a regular basis. Josh, Az, and I, we host episodes where we like to talk about a bunch of different stuff. Today was a lore dump, but maybe next time we could talk more about the combat for the upcoming characters when Trigger comes out. So hopefully you guys can subscribe to the Spotify if you're listening there, YouTube channel if you're watching there, and yeah, check out everyone who was here. And yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Thanks for listening.
One more point. Go over to Spotify.
Yes.
Rate us
Okay.
5 stars. And next
Exactly.
podcast, we'll be reading your guys' ratings and
Ooh.
your guys' comments. So, yes, please. That is another segment that we want to do. So make sure you guys head over either to the YouTube side of the podcast or on Spotify and make sure you guys rate us and comment. So,
Yeah.
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 Thank you guys.
Thanks for listening. Everyone say
See
bye.
you later.
Ashikai
Bye-bye,
can't wave, but
chat. Yeah, don't worry. Ashikai saying bye too.
Thank you for having me.
thank you for
and
joining.
that ends the recording. There we go. There we go.
Yay.
Amazing.
Ah.
Well, that was very fun. That was good. I appreciate you letting us yap. Thanks.
It was a very
That's
good
not
yap
great for me.
session.
I'm like, yo.
Josh was like chilling.
Well, for me,
Sorry if
it
we
was less
melted your
of a-
brain.
I wasn't working too hard vocally, but my brain was trying to keep up.
It was chugging.
Yeah.
But yeah. Sorry if I was stuttering a lot.
Oh no, you're good.
I was listening
know
to
it's
some of our
ho-
first
hosting, it
podcasts.
can be.
And I was like, I need
What
to
was wrong with the first one?
I need to speak better. I mean, I said like a lot, so I'm trying to stop doing that as much. And then
Oh,
just in general,
Honestly.
trying to be more eloquent in my speech mannerisms.
who cares?
But you know,
I love the parts when Josh nods and agrees. You like how I switch it up, dude? You like how I'm like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, and then I go like,
Yeah.
and then I
like,
I give you
ooh.
guys different angles, you know?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Yes, thank you all. I know we normally have like another extended part here, but I do want to go get more food.
I want to.
Yeah, I should eat. I should
so-
eat dinner too.
Yes.
We must
but
all
again, thank you
abscond.
all for
snacks?
being on the podcast. Yeah, go get
Snackies.
snacks too.
Yeah.
And yes, again,
It's
thank you,
snack
Ashikai,
time.
for joining.
Mhm.
It was very good.
Can have
And,
snacks before
folk.
bed.
Wait, here, I
if
have-
you guys are on the live right
You
now,
can.
you guys
Bedtime
gotta
snack.
click that subscribe button. See if you guys have a Prime box over there. Make sure you guys Prime sub to everybody over here if you guys are on our respective
Or YouTube
channels,
membership.
and,
On
or
Ashikai's channel.
YouTube
There you
memberships.
go.
Hey,
Mhm.
Yeah,
hey.
good call.
I have a command. I have all the links in chat. So
There you go. There you go. But yeah, make sure you guys follow all of us and the other amazing guests that we have to come. As you want to announce our next guests because they're confirmed now.
Who? I don't even know who it is.
We
Did you
talked-
say
we
the
it?
talked
person
about
you guys
them.
were talking about before.
Yeah.
You guys were
The person I
talking
was
about
like,
it
oh,
before.
hey, should we bring this person on?
I have
That's the person.
zero recollection.
Wow, this
It's-
is so
Hey, Az, back
specific.
scroll.
Back scroll. Look at it, Az. Look at it.
Oh, is it in which one? Which chat is it in?
Our Three Stooges chat.
Oh, Three Stooges. Hold on.
Yeah. The person I was asking to connect.
Back scroll of shame.
Where?
Az has no idea what's going on.
I'm so lost right now.
Everybody,
How far back was it?
next
Yeah, there you go.
Proxy
You announce
podcast,
it.
we're gonna have Z Codla. We're gonna have Z Codla over on the
Oh.
podcast. Yep. Yep, there it
Oh
is.
my god.
Yes, all the way across the water. They're going to be joining us, which is going to be very, very exciting. That's going to be, I believe, the 28th podcast. That should be the next one, and then we might have a back-to-back on that week, just because how things
Ooh.
are scheduled. So
Okay.
Amazing.
Noted.
Amazing. I'm very
Is gonna be our
excited
next
for that
guest.
one. My bad, Zigodla. It was in my mind. It was not confirmed at all. I there was one message of me being like, "She's in
it was
Discord.
one message.
You can
It
reach
was
out." That is my bad.
Yeah.
I had zero prep for that.
Yeah, but yeah, if you guys know any other creators that would like to, or you think would be great for this podcast, I have a few in mind already that are lined up past the next podcast. I'm trying to reach out to them already. If you guys in chat have any fun other creators or creatives around the space that you would like to bring on, we would love to take suggestions. So
Yeah.
Let us know.
alrighty.
All
Let's
right.
wrap it up.
Well, yeah.
All right.
Goodbye, everyone. Thank you again, and have a good night.
Good night, everybody in
As
the,
well,
in the
it's been
share
so
chat, say
bad.
goodbye to each other.
I know.
Everybody in the share chat, say goodbye to each other. You guys will
Yeah,
never
share
see each other
chat.
ever again.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Share chat.
Goodbye,
You gotta
guys.
say your
You
goodbyes.
never see each other ever
Your
again.
farewells.
Unless you follow all of us.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
true.
Goodbye. Knock knock. I'll see you. I'll see you later, chat.
All right. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Oh my god. I'm too big on the screen. Help! Help! Oh god, wait, I'm not looking. Wait, guys. I'll turn my webcam back on. Oh god, I moved to the chat without moving my webcam. Oh dear, 1 second. I need to fix this. One moment, chat. Give me a sec. Oh. Okay. I mean, okay, wait. I need to shift you guys to the center, otherwise that's gonna bother me forever. Well, yeah, what's up, chat? It's back to just you and me. I know. Oh wait, I forgot to say goodbye to the share chat. Chat, say goodbye to the share chat, everyone. We're gonna leave and never see each other again. So, bye bye. I'm ending it. But yeah. Oh my god. Guys, chat, listen. Oh my god, I was so nervous. I feel like I stuttered so many times. I stuttered so many times hosting that, but I hope it was okay. How was it? How did you guys enjoy it? Did you all have fun? You did get age. I'm glad you guys think so. But yeah, dude, I feel like I went to a whole university lecture, but one that I actually wanted to pay attention to. Ashikai and Az are so knowledgeable about all the details and stuff like that. It was really, really interesting. Because you guys know me, I like speculating on lore and stuff, but I never have any facts to back it up because I don't spend the time to go actually delve deep into finding evidence. So it was really cool to be able to discuss it with people who do know what they're saying and do know what they're talking about. So yeah, and Josh was having a great time just chilling too. But yeah, it's fine. Age, you always cook, so I tried my best to contribute a bit as well without sounding too much like I didn't know what I was talking about, so hopefully that went okay. You held your own age, no worries. Okay, I'm glad you guys think so, because I'm not sure. I did try my best. But yeah, that was really fun. It was really fun. Honestly, I do want to try hosting podcasts more often. That was my first time, so I was nervous throughout, but I think it's nice. It's a nice way for me to get better at speaking, be more confident, and always fun to do it with a bunch of friends, so. Yeah, did you see the person who kept opening Josh's door? Oh my god, I actually didn't. I kept staring at Az because Az is talking. Because I had Ashikai's Fugi on my OBS, but it wasn't actually on my monitor, so my eye just kept going to Az. Yeah, Yap Queen worried about getting better at speaking? I don't know, because I sometimes feel like I listen back to my VODs, and then I do repeat myself a lot. You guys definitely have noticed that. I repeat myself a lot, and then I will have a lot of pauses, I guess, because that's kind of how my brain functions. I have a lot to say, but sometimes I need a few seconds to process it. So then I will pause here and there, or I'll have filler words to give myself a bit of that thinking time. But yeah, either way though, I mean, there's always ways that I can improve, even as a professional yapper, so maybe I can yap better. I repeat myself a lot when I'm nervous. Yeah, me too, but I also repeat myself even when I'm not nervous. So, I don't know. I think I repeat myself because, again, I am trying to give myself time to process what I want to say. So, yeah. It was creepy, the man behind Josh's door. It's okay. I wonder if Josh noticed. Did you guys point it out to him? Yeah, crazy how Agekk went on 2 long streams at once. Yeah, I saw the Genshin Dragon stream that was happening around. Actually, it started a little bit before my stream, and I've been streaming for 8 hours, guys. So I do have to end a little bit. I can't stay for too long tonight, unfortunately, because I still have the story VODs to play. I'm not play, but edit down and cut down. But it was super fun to have the podcast. I hope you guys enjoyed as much as I did. And yeah, the next podcast, wait, did Josh say it was the 28th? I'm not sure. Whenever the next podcast is, I will obviously be there again and hope you guys will be there too. Once more, it is on Spotify. We are posting the podcast on Spotify now. I think we're trying to do episodes weekly is what Josh said. But either way, here is the link. So if you guys have Spotify, please make sure to go give it a listen there too, because they are cut down to be a lot cleaner and more concise, and I guess structured a bit better too. So it's a better listening experience most likely if it's not live. But yeah, hopefully you guys can leave a 5-star review. We'd really appreciate it. We'll go through comments next episode, hopefully, see what you guys have to say. And yeah, 28 would be in 2 weeks. Yeah, we do them bi-weekly is what I was saying, but then sometimes you shift it, which is why I was hesitating, because I was nervous. Okay, I was nervous. I kept forgetting. But yeah, how would you rate the 1.6 story? Listen, I probably have a very biased opinion on the 1.6 story, but I do think overall it was really enjoyable. I do. I think I really want to see the second part of the story, since it did end off on a cliffhanger on multiple fronts. But rating wise, my enjoyment, honestly, it was like 9. Okay, I'll be so real. It was like 9.5. I love Lycon. I love Hugo. I really like how they wrote all the characters. The writing for Hugo was so much better than I expected. And that's honestly not even my bias speaking. I just really enjoyed how they wrote in all of these moral quandaries and brought up those topics. Because usually when games do these things, they kind of bring it up in a pretty extreme manner, I would say. You know, what is right, what is wrong? Do people have the right to truly, determine other people's fates? And regardless of Hugo's intentions and how much he believed them in terms of how he was presenting himself to us and Lycon, I think having a bit of a... because Lycon and Hugo are, in a sense, in terms of their moral values, they are both a lot closer to the center than any extremist point of view. Obviously, at the end, Hugo kind of goes off, okay? But I'm saying this with the assumption that Hugo was pretending and does have a bigger plan in play in which he doesn't actually want to harm people. So that is the assumption I'm saying this with. But as a whole, prior to the very end, I am glad that they are kind of creating and crafting and writing the characters in a really realistic manner, I would say. If Hugo and Lycon were 2 individuals that existed in real life, they feel very human and not so much as caricatures, which some characters do feel a bit like, which is totally okay. At the end of the day, you want an entertaining personality and story. But I think when you're, having those types of moral quandaries, having characters who are a lot closer to people in reality and their beliefs really gets you thinking about what exactly is right and wrong, and just how far will you toe the line yourself as an individual when it comes to thinking about these things. So yeah. And then overall, for the Anby story, I stated this before too, but I did really like how Anby's story was a lot darker. I don't need every story to be dark, but the fact that Zenless is willing to kind of go to these pretty extreme themes and lengths to explore in their story makes me happy, because then I feel like the story writing team is in fact willing to write the story that they want without feeling like they need to be shoehorned into a certain type of rating or image for the game, if that makes sense. Because a lot of the times games do tend to not dumb down, but soften harsher themes or treat them in a much more consumable manner. Whereas I feel like with Anby's story, it was very rough and to the point with what they were trying to tell us, especially with how Twiggy was treated, and at the end, her feelings and what she went through. It was super, super direct and very gritty. So I liked that. I like that what that means for the future of the writing in the game. And so far, I've thoroughly enjoyed all of the 1.6 story. And I'm excited for Triggers. I don't think Triggers will be as intense as the main story or Anby's story, but I'm still looking forward to spending more time with her, because Triggers does seem to be connected to Phaethon's backstory from when we first started. So I think we're going to get some very interesting Phaethon lore when that does come around. So yeah. Post-stream yap. Yes. I do have. Wait, what is this? What are you posting? Oh my. To the Eternal Silver Squad. We can't choose where we come from, but we can decide where we're going. She's holding her hand. Man, speaking of Anby's story, dude, no. Oh my god. Also, you don't really agree with what Agekk was saying about Lycon being willing to walk away. See, I actually didn't even interpret that as what Agekk was saying. I thought that Agekk was just more trying to talk about how the relationship between like Lycon and Hugo and how Hugo might have actually heard it. So then this is Hugo's way of testing Lycon, in the sense that he wants Lycon to stop him. He wants to see if Lycon is really willing to go to the point that he promised both Jack and, I guess in a sense, Mockingbird. And to keep that promise of, if he does ever do something really, really bad in Lycon's eyes, will he be willing to chain him up and choke him out and stop him from going down that path. But instead, Lycon walked away, which is a totally fair and valid reaction. But I think what Ash was trying to say was that to Hugo, that's a disappointment, because he wanted Lycon to keep that promise of stopping him in his tracks, rather than basically giving up on him and letting him walk his own path that he had the possibility of hurting others on. That's how I interpreted Agekk's thoughts on that particular matter. Because I do agree that, if from Lycon's POV, if he sees his friend doing that when he promised not to, and also it just completely conflicts with the ideals of Mockingbird and what their mentor taught them, then I too would just be like, bro, I can't with you anymore. So Yeah, Abe, but I know at one point she was saying Lycon should have stayed. Like, stayed to stop him? It looks like a poster for a show or something. Yeah, I mean, they definitely did it like a movie poster. That's why they did it. Because, you know, they do a lot of types of posters, especially because of the Zenless Zone Zero style and, you know, the tapes and things like that. So I hope they make more of these types of media where they do movie posters of things. I mean, this one just hurts, okay? This one's painful. This one hurts my heart, so... Yeah, but I might be mind scrambled too after this long stream. It was a good time though. Yeah. I think there were probably a few like misinterpretations here and there because we did go off on a lot of tangents, you know. Usually when you talk about lore, you kind of think up different things as you're following certain threads and paths, so it might have been a little convoluted, but it was like, I think overall I was still able to follow along and understand mostly what everyone was saying. And I learned a lot about just overall the hollows too, when Az and Agekk were talking about, you know, hollows and their theories over what they are and maybe how they came to be and ether and etheric matter. That was really, really interesting. But yeah, I definitely want to go watch some more lore videos when I get the chance. But yeah. Anyways, this was, I mean, this poster is my heart, bro. My heart. I don't even have anything to say. I'm just like, bro. Or should I say sis, because they're sisters? I don't know. I can't believe they dropped this after we finished talking about all the lore and stuff, dude. But anyways, the entire 1.6 story, I loved it. I loved it, guys. It was also fun to be able to talk about it immediately after I finished it, while it was still so fresh. Because I remembered a bunch of details because I literally just finished it, right? So that was also really, really cool. Because sometimes I do forget, you know, details here and there. I'm sorry, guys. My memory is not great. Probably because from my lack of sleep for the most part. But yeah, it was a great and content-dense podcast. Can't wait for you to play the new Lost Void and finally meet Tiger Girl. Yeah. I'll definitely try to play Lost Void next week. Next week, my plans are... Okay, firstly, there's a Woowa live stream, okay? So we'll be doing that in the morning on Friday, I believe. So my plan for next week is we have a My Day stream, My Day polling. I want to do Lost Void. I want to play at least the first half of Reverse. The current Reverse update, because that is going away soon. So I want to play at least the first half, so I don't have to like speed run the entire thing in one session. And then also maybe slide in on a Woowa as well, mayhaps. Yeah, that's kind of my plan for next week. It's still tentative, but that's my general idea. And I might be forgetting some stuff that I need to do still. So yeah, either way, I'll let you guys know on Twitter and Discord. I mean, here's a quick link for everyone. Is that yeah, I do give stream updates on Twitter and Discord, and you can also drop a follow or sub on the channel to be notified the next time I'm live. But the next time I'm live will be either Monday or Tuesday. Because it'll be either Monday or Tuesday. So what we're gonna do on that day, I'm still not sure, but it'll probably be one of those things I just mentioned. So hopefully you guys can look forward to that. Gotcha versus Endgame. We'll find a time, okay? I've had so much other stuff to do, so it's been hard to squeeze it in, especially with, oh my god, dude, it's been 8 hours. We had an 8-hour stream today. That's crazy. But it was a very fun 8-hour stream, okay? We did lots of stuff, and then we had lots of fun talks, so it was super, super enjoyable. Yeah, and before you go, did you want to check a sick Anby animation? Oh, is it her combat animations, the slow-mo one? If it's super quick, sure. Because, okay, guys, it is midnight. I do need to go eat food. So I'll probably be off in a second. Okay, Az is off. Okay, Josh is also off. Everyone ended. So let me go find someone to raid really quick as well. Yeah, I didn't know if you saw it. Oh, yeah. Don't worry. I did see it on Twitter, and it looks really, really sick. Especially, it's so cool because she actually kind of wields the swords with her feet when she flips upside down at one point, and it looks super, super sick. But yeah. Oh my gosh, do you guys want to go raid Sweetly? Yeah, Sweetly's currently playing the main quest of Zenless, so yeah, let's go raid her. I mean, actually, okay, it looks like she's in Shoot now, so I think she finished it already. But so she's currently playing Shoot. But either way, go send her lots of love. Thank you guys so much again for watching. Today was really, really fun. Again, hope you guys enjoyed the podcast. Thank you guys for all being so supportive about it. I'm sure there's lots of ways I can improve as a host, so, you know, first time's never gonna be perfect. I'll try my best to improve for later. Thank you so much for coming for the stream. And the story reaction earlier too, I had lots of fun. I will be posting the reactions to that on the YouTube channel once I cut them down. So that'll be out over the next few days because honestly, I'm probably not going to do them all tonight. I need to get some rest, get some food, and just 8-hour stream is a bit of an endurance for me. So, but yeah, I hope you guys had fun. Thanks so much for watching. Again, socials in the chat. I give stream updates, Twitter, Discord. You can also drop a follow and sub to be notified the next time I'm live, which will be Monday or Tuesday. And welcome to all the new followers and stuff. Thank you so much for coming in. I hope you guys enjoyed your time here too. And yeah, I don't know why the music just stopped playing. Oh wait, it didn't stop playing, but my headset stopped playing it for some reason. How odd. Anyways, the raid's going through now, so I'll see you guys next week. Have a lovely weekend. Have a lovely rest of your day, morning, evening, wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you guys next week. Thanks so much for coming. Bye. Peace out.